open meeting over to Dr. Burnham to confirm member access.
As a preliminary matter, this is Dr. Burnham, Superintendent of Schools. I will do a roll call to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Chairperson Wendy Bertrand.
Yes.
Vice Chairperson Carol Ashambo.
Yes.
Secretary Laura Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Brian Leighton.
Yes.
Ms. Sophie Shapiro.
Yes.
And I don't know that our student representative is with us this evening.
I looked a moment ago, didn't see him.
Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Ms. Sue Summers, our recording secretary.
Yes.
Mr. James Bunnell, the athletic director.
I am here.
And our behavioral health coordinator, Jamie Millett.
Yes.
And of course, Mr. Cassidy is waiting in the other meeting. So I'll turn it back over to you, Mrs. Bertrand.
Thank you. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and will be broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access channel and stream on Facebook at a later time. And this meeting of the Lunenburg School Committee is being conducted remotely. The town of Lunenburg, in response to the COVID-19 coronavirus, is currently following the guidance from the Lunenburg Board of Health, Massachusetts Department of Public Health, and the CDC regarding the virus and steps communities can take to prevent the spread, and all town facilities are currently closed to the public. In accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, GL 30A Section 20, all public meetings are being conducted remotely. The order, which you can find posted on the town website on the COVID Information Center page, accessed through the town manager's webpage, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Lunenburg School Committee is convening by telephone conference, video conference via Zoom app, as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. For Zoom meetings, please note that this meeting is being recorded and some attendees are participating via video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you, and take care not to screen share your computer. Anything you broadcast may be captured by the recording. Business meeting ground rules. We are now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I, Wendy Bertrand, the chair, will introduce each item, each speaker on the agenda. When they conclude their remarks, I will go down the line, inviting each by name to provide comment, questions, motion. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And also remember to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in colloquy with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. For items with public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment as follows. The chair will first ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Then each will be afforded up to 3 minutes for any comments, a total of 10 minutes for each public comment. Finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. So we are actually moving right to our executive session to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with union personnel or to conduct collective bargaining or contract negotiations with union personnel. So we will have a roll call vote.
Yes.
To exit.
Ms. Shapiro.
Yes.
Mrs. Archambault.
Yes.
Mr. Leighton.
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly.
Yes. Sorry.
And Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes.
Okay, so as I exit this meeting, I have made Mrs. Scott a co-host. I will just need her to monitor the waiting room and let people into the meeting while I'm not here.
Is anyone there?
Wendy, you're muted.
Thanks, Brian. Moving on to the next item on our agenda is our chair's report. And I don't typically have a report tonight. I just wanted to wish everyone a wonderful holiday. It's definitely different for a lot of folks, but hopefully people can find some ways to celebrate, and hopefully we have better things coming for us in 2021. So speaking of better things, we've got a presentation as the next item on our agenda from the Behavioral Health Advisory.
I'll invite
Good.
Jamie Millett. Jamie, you should be able to share your screen.
All right, let me pop this up. All right, hopefully everybody can see this okay?
Yep.
All right, good to see everybody again, from afar anyways. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Jamie Millett. I'm the clinical social worker at the middle high school and also the behavioral health coordinator for the district. So I'm going to give you guys some quick updates. I hope to go through this relatively quickly, but I wanted to just kind of look at what the youth mental health crisis looks like right now, pre-COVID versus what we're going through with COVID right now. So I know for many of you have seen this presentation, and I keep going back to these statistics, but I just want to do a quick review of them. This is all pre-COVID stats. 1 in 5 youth ages 13 to 18, so basically our high school students, are suffering from a mental health illness. 50% of youth diagnosed typically don't receive treatment, which is why school behavioral health support is so important. 50% of lifetime cases of mental illness occur by age 14. So that's, our freshmen, to put that in perspective. Trauma is also, a big piece of this. 2/3 of children report at least one traumatic event by the age of 16. And lastly, which is, one of the most important stats that I can't share enough, is that suicide is the second leading cause of death among youth ages 10 to 24. So it actually extends past high school and into those early adulthood years through college as well. So COVID and the impact on mental health. So I tried to do some digging to shed some light on what it looks like as a society. There's some information out there, but I think a lot of it is going to probably come to light over the next few years. But however you slice it, COVID has been trauma for a lot of individuals, a lot of families, whether it's loss of employment, housing insecurity, food security, death of a loved one, or just the general fear and anxiety and depression that comes with everything that's going on during a global pandemic. Those who are in situations where there's already family dysfunction, the pandemic has only made things worse at home. There could be safety concerns for those in unsafe situations at home. Now you're stuck at home. Obviously, there's isolation and loneliness and loss of connection. All things that we are seeing with our students. Few articles at the end of my presentation, which I know is posted on the website. There's a few links to some articles that just looks at how significant this is across the country. There was a local article in the Telegram that they interviewed a psychiatrist through Community Health Link, which is the agency that our region of the state partners with for mobile crisis. And they were reporting as of November, for the last 6 months or so, 70 to 75% of adolescents who were screened for emergency mental health evaluations in the ER. Typically, it's either over at CHL or at Leominster Hospital. They were referred for inpatient treatment, and that's compared to typically before about 30% referral. So we're seeing a huge influx, in our region with youth requiring, inpatient hospitalization level of care, which is extremely significant. Another study looked at, just adults in general. 53% reported mental health was negatively impacted by stress of COVID. While that may not be the stats of students and youth, that's what's going on in their homes. Their adults are stressed, and adult stress usually means kid stress as well. Mental health services have been disrupted everywhere. Telehealth is the means of a lot of healthcare right now, whether it's mental health or even just check-ins with your doctor. I think for me, being able to service kids in person in the building has been really remarkable. You know, I'm getting a lot of kids saying, you're the only clinician I can see face to face right now. You know, granted it's masked and 6 feet apart, but everyone else is doing it via telehealth right now. So the other piece of this is, you know, what are the long-term effects going to be? And we don't know. But there's definitely a lot of hypothesis in the mental health world, and I would strongly agree. We're going to see long-term effects, whether it's from the educational disruption, academically speaking, but also social emotionally speaking. You know, substance abuse, anxiety, depression, those are all likely secondary side effects from this. And I think we're going to see the impact of this for years to come. So to look at, you know, our stats that we do have and the data we have from Lunenburg, I just want to glance over this because I know I've given this presentation in the past, but last winter, almost about a year ago, we did the universal mental health screenings at the high school for the first time. We ran the PHQ-9, which was a depression inventory, and the GAD-7, the anxiety inventory for all students in grades 9 through 12. They had the option to opt out. Parents had the options to opt their students out. And we had about a third of our student body screen in for follow-up, which means that they either scored in the moderate or moderate severe range on either one of the scales. Quick overview of that. We found out that the good news was a lot of the students that we followed up with, they have trusted adults at home. That's great, you know, almost 95%. But close to 70% did not receive treatment outside of school, and 30% did not have a trusted adult in the building. So something we're going to look to continue to do because we had a significant mental health issue with a lot of students prior to COVID, and now we're expecting a lot of things to be intensified throughout this whole experience, and I think into next year. The BHST teams, these are our behavioral health support teams. This is a new initiative that was presented as part of our reopening planning from a behavioral health standpoint. So it's a universal referral process. There's a form that any teacher can fill out. We're trying to proactively address some of these mental health issues. So teachers know their students best, they're with them the most. So we wanted teachers to have a part of this process and a voice in this process. So those referral forms are available to all teachers within each building. And there is a BHST team of behavioral health support staff within each building. So that consists of social workers, school psychologists, guidance counselors, administration. Here are some numbers to look at. Primary school, please note this is a little bit skewed because there's much smaller class sizes, which has been working out remarkably well for the younger kiddos. And that's number there of 3 is just the referrals that we've received for this year. Turkey Hill through high school, these are actually the number of students that were identified. And the difference there is it's either a referral from this year or it's a student that was identified previously receiving services or previously struggling last spring. So you can see the numbers are remarkably high. You know, we have 58 kids identified at Turkey Hill, middle school has 16, high school has 30, and this is as of last week. Every single, you know, week or bi-weekly when we're meeting, these numbers are growing and we're identifying more and more students. Some trainings and PD updates. Last year I had mentioned that it had been approved and I was attending Antioch University and doing an online certificate program. So I did complete that program in August. So I officially have a certificate in trauma-informed education. So this is gonna allow us the ability to really push in and do some evidence-based support in our TLC classrooms, which are our sub-separate social emotional programs. There's one in each school building. And then it'll also give me the availability to provide some tier 1 education for our general ed staff as well. It was a really awesome program. It consisted of 4 graduate classes and really provided me with a lot of great resources to bring back to district. So I'm excited to share that information out and use it. You know, I think it's going to be a really great resource to use, especially in those TLC classrooms. The other thing I forgot to add in here is I did complete the DBT training as well to run dialectical behavioral therapy groups in schools. So something that we may be looking to implement in the spring, kind of seeing how things shake out with the screeners. But another training that I attended that will be useful in terms of tier 2 interventions. The The other thing we had on here was CBITS. So this was a new training that we had 4 staff do. We actually got approved to do it for free, which is awesome. I know you guys love to hear free. It's always a good thing when we can find a really awesome training and not have to pay for it. So there was an application process, and we had to agree to run a pilot group. And we'll also be coached along the way of how to run these groups, which is awesome. CBIT stands for Cognitive Behavioral Intervention for Trauma in Schools. So it's a CBT model that is evidence-based and approved to be used with students in grades 6 through 12. Stay tuned for some more information on that, as we will hopefully be rolling those out in the spring. Again, stay tuned for more info on these screeners. The game plan is to run the high school in January and February, and the middle school in February and March. So the middle school will be new to screeners. We ran them last year with the high school, but we'll run them in grades 6 through 8. And then the CBITS groups, we're hoping to roll out in March. And what we'll do is we'll identify students through those screeners, see what the need is, and then decide, what type of groups you want to run. We'll definitely run a CBITS group, as that was part of the free programming that we received. But we'll also see if there's a need to potentially run some more tier 2 intervention groups, such as a DBT, CBT group for anxiety and/or depression. We're going to see what the numbers show and what the need is. My guess is we're going to have a need for it. I wanted to give you guys an update on interface. So we just got these numbers. They're hot off the press. We've had since July of 2018, when we started this partnership with William James, 145 referrals. So this is, for anyone who does not know, Interface is our mental health referral helpline. So it helps people call a confidential line Monday through Friday during business hours, talk to a clinician, and get connected with resources and treatment in the community that takes their insurance and typically is close. Not that that matters, because it's all via telehealth right now. But you give your proximity of where you live, how far you're willing to travel, what the need is, and they hook you up with a therapist that has a minimal wait list. It's been awesome. It's been a remarkable service for me. We've really seen a lot of families benefit from this. Something interesting to note here is that our numbers are exactly the same from June to November. They do it in 6-month timeframes from 2019 compared to now, exactly the same. Overall, Interface actually saw a decline during June of 20 to November of 20. The reason being that a lot of people are dealing with the pandemic and they're really just in survival mode of trying to take care of their basic needs. So a lot of people weren't necessarily reaching out for help immediately. As schools went back into session, Interface did see an increase, but we remained steady. And I really attribute that to our behavioral health staff across the district, just doing extremely impactful outreach to our families and making sure that they have information on Interface and they have the resources to go ahead and get help if they need it. So I think that's really a testament to the great work that we've done in district. Primarily, the numbers for this reporting period, it was 50% were teens, just to give you an idea of the breakdown of who's using the service. It is available to any community member, but most of the referrals are still coming through the school system. Another testament to how great we're doing in this school system is that over 80%, it was like 81.2% of the referrals came from Lunenburg High School. The other referrals came from other districts that are in partnership, including Air Shirley, Parker Charter, and Monty Tech. So we're really doing a remarkable job. And I'm really proud of our staff for pushing this information out and getting families the support that they need. The other exciting news that we have is that we had an addition of a second social worker in district, which I was really excited about. Jen Fletcher came on board. You can see her little Bitmoji up in the corner there. I thought that was fun to add. It's a Bitmoji of her and I, actually, that she sent me. Jen covered my maternity leave, and then she now is transitioned into working down at Turkey Hill and still providing some support at the middle school as well. And she's also providing some consultation and services down at primary as well. But just to give you an idea of what this looks like and why this secondary position is so important. So I have that MTSS triangle that I know you guys have seen in several of my presentations. To give you an idea of that, it's tier 1, that's 80 to 90% of the student body. Tier 2 is 10 to 15%. And then that tier 3, those are the intensive services that we reserve for that 1 to 5% of students. So from a behavioral health standpoint, I have that breakdown here on the slide of what that looks like and what a social worker adjustment counselor does in terms of those supports. Having a secondary person has given me the availability to service more kids this year. I mean, as you guys saw on those slides with the numbers of kids we've identified, we have more kids in need this year. And it has just been impossible for me, being the only clinician in district between the middle high school, running around in 18 different directions, and it's just impossible to be in 2 places at once. So this has been awesome. We've been able to provide some more tier 1 support, which is, providing some evidence-based SEL best practice for classrooms, doing those universal assessments like the universal screeners. We've been able to do and plan for tier 2 supports, including some consultation, and really running those groups. I'm really excited about those groups. I think that is going to be a really remarkable service and support for our kids. And honestly, I don't think we could have rolled the groups out without having a second clinician. And then obviously tier 3, which is historically what we've done, which is the clinical counseling and wraparound case management services for kids. I just wanted to throw this out here to show you guys. I want to come back to this, in a future presentation. But these are some of the CASEL standards for what, best practice throughout a school system is. So this is really that tier 1 universal best SEL practice that we're looking for. The more clinical support we have in buildings, the better we can do push-outs to make sure people are informed and we're able to help kids out. And it's not just the schools. I mean, it's families, it's communities. You can see the circle just grow larger. But a big part of that is that SEL, social emotional learning, that can happen in a classroom. And it's not necessarily always going to be delivered through a tier 3 or tier 2 model. It's really going to be through that tier 1. It's these great life skills that kids learn outside of academics through their high school experience. I should say educational experience, not just high school. Some additional roles and responsibilities of our behavioral health support staff, including that secondary clinician, has been just student safety and risk assessments, crisis response for anytime a student reports feeling unsafe, just day-to-day crisis management, community outreach, leading those behavioral health support team meetings, which is essentially providing case management with clinical oversight. So getting the referral and then deciding what is the best fit in terms of school support. Do they have outside support already? Do we need to do some outreach to that provider to get some more information? Do we do outreach to the parents? Are they a good fit for a group, or are they a good fit for individual counseling? Weighing out all those things and really looking at it through a clinical lens. Anytime a 51A is filed, getting consultation on that. Again, like I said, those collateral contacts with outside services, whether it's outside providers, psychiatrists, DCF, whoever it may be. Health office support. So this looks a little bit different this year. Typically, a lot of the students that I work with end up being the frequent flyers down in the health office. And there's a lot of psychosomatic complaints and issues that come about as related to their mental health diagnosis. So I end up working very, very closely with the nurses. And this year's a little different because of COVID. Kids aren't really allowed to be in the health office unless they have symptoms or need to take their medication. But it's been really important to work in collaboration with them and be able to be on call and go down and help, triage when students are down there as well, and determine whether maybe it's a medical thing or potentially a mental health issue. Anytime a CRA is needed through the courts, that's formerly known as a CHINS. Again, the CBITS training. So we can go ahead and run those tier 2 groups, those school assessments, including the screeners and SBIRT that we run at the high school. It's a substance abuse screener. We run it with grades 8 through 10. Universal documentation. This is definitely a large area of growth for our district that we're working on. There is some potential to partner and use SNAP, which is the software that the nurses use. And so Jen Fletcher and I may be looking to pilot and try that out and see if that helps document some of the behavioral health documentation, and just making sure we really get a solid universal system down that we can try out, kind of triage what works and what doesn't, and then go ahead and push something out for next year. Parent and guardian support. generally just reaching out to parents, making sure that they're educated or in the know of how to best support their kids at home. And then lastly, providing safe and supportive schools initiatives to the LGBTQ community. Back in the fall, while I was on leave, Jen Fletcher actually partnered with Carmen Tusignot and Jen Rios and provided a training for staff at the middle high school that was extremely informative. And they've really become, I think, the go-to resources in our middle high school community for teachers and parents to consult, which has been awesome. A little update on staff wellness and self-care initiatives. So we got some pictures here of our new Zen room at the middle high school. Big shout out to Pam Valley, who put this all together. While I was on leave, Pam was sending me pictures and moving furniture, and she did an awesome job putting everything together. We got some plants in there from Don Guerin from our horticulture class. It really came together really nicely. So we've piloted that at the middle high school, gives staff a space to go and just relax and take a few minutes for self-care. We've also provided some yoga at the middle high school for staff as well. That is currently on a break right now due to space and having to move indoors with the weather. And we were using the gym, and now winter sports are starting. So we're looking to hopefully start that back up later winter, if not in the spring when the weather gets a little bit nicer and we can go back outside. We've been pushing out any of the employee assistant program behavioral health benefits. We got those posted everywhere, and we keep pushing that info out to staff if they feel like they need some additional professional support. Information's gone out. The Federation for Children with Special Needs, which is actually they provided the programming for our trauma informed practices for staff back last fall. They're pushing out these Mindful Mondays for educators, which are on Zoom. And we're also looking, and then this is kind of for probably next semester, how can we work in some additional prep time for teachers? You know, one of the things I've heard is these are awesome initiatives, but we don't have time. Teachers feel slammed. They're doing an extraordinary job juggling remote learners in the hybrid, you know, where kids are at home and also learning in the classroom. So hopefully with some schedule changes with the live streaming, we can somehow work in some time. Dr. Burnham even mentioned to me maybe finding time of her schedule and coming in and covering classes, you know, so we may try some creative things to give people time to go sit in the Zen room or even go for a walk. Like, take a second to take care of yourselves, because this is a very stressful time. And I know our teachers are doing a lot this year and are working extremely hard. And then lastly, the chair massages. This is something we've done in the past, and I know we got some contact info for somebody who may be interested to come out and help us out. So we'll be looking to potentially implement that after the holiday break and in early 2021. So stay tuned for more info on that. That's all I have. My last slide is just those links, which is posted on the website as well. So if anybody wanted to check out any of the articles that I had talked about or any resources, I wanted to share those out. But that's all I have for tonight. Does anyone have any questions or anything?
Questions, committee? Does anyone have any questions?
I believe that Katie McGuire's in the meeting. She may want to add some thoughts. Don't want to put her on the spot.
No, I'm here. Jamie did an amazing job, as expected.
One question that you kind of touched upon it, Jamie. Most of the students that you're able to see face to face, you said those are students that are coming in throughout the school day. Has Jen been able to do that as well at Turkey Hill in the primary?
Yeah, yep. So we've been able to spread and kind of conquer the whole district, and we're able to offer, you know, the telehealth services if we need to, like basically how I had to operate all last spring. So if the kids aren't coming into the building, we can offer a Google Meet. I think kids prefer face-to-face, you know, as do I as well. So it's been awesome. I can say, you know, I've been back to work for about a month now, and it's been so amazing to actually get to see the kids. I know it's 6 feet behind a mask, but it's amazing. You know, it's been a really good experience, and I think the kids appreciate it. So yeah, Jen's been doing the same type of services, and then we also offer it via telehealth on Google Meet if need be.
Thank you. If there aren't any other questions, and thank you. It was a great presentation.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And I'll be back with more information, hopefully January or February.
Excellent. Thank you. We have public comment coming as the next item on our agenda, and this is for agenda items, this particular public comment. So anyone has, I'm going down the line. Ms. Foyle, I see your hand up as I'm scrolling across.
Yes, thank you. Mary Foyle, 985 Flat Hill Road. But I'm actually here as a proxy comment tonight from a student who had to work. And so the student sent me the comment. He's part of my civics class. And so this is part of his project. And he's like, I have to work. And I was like, oh, I was like, all right, well, I'll go. He was all set to go too. So I will read his comment. Colby Deming, 202 Sunny Hill Road. I'm a senior that goes to our Lunenburg High School. I had to take on an issue for my civics class. My first choice was voting. Then our school started talking about live streaming into classes. And as soon as I heard that, I put my brakes on and focused my work on this topic because I feel like there weren't enough issues for the school to do this. The only issue was some kids were getting bad grades. I started by making a survey for the student body of LHS. This survey included whether students wanted to live stream into classes, as well as the potential benefits and drawbacks. Out of the 125 people that took the survey, 85 people did not want to switch to live stream into classes. One of the benefits to live streaming into class is that it can give students a chance to better communicate with their teachers if they have a question, rather than emailing them when missing office hours. Some of the drawbacks are Wi-Fi bandwidth, teachers having their attention divided between the class in front of them and the class on the screen, so instruction won't be as effective, students at home sitting in one spot for nearly the entire school day, students at home not being able to do their obligations around the house or watch younger siblings, students not being able to manage their own time, and the overwhelming amount of homework that will come out of this. My solution is that kids who are not doing well in school should make office hours mandatory until those students get his or her grade up. That is Colby's public comment.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? I'm looking for hands up and scrolling. We've got a lot of people here tonight, which is awesome. So it's taken me a moment. Dr. Burnham, do you see any? I'm going down. I don't see any.
I see Lisa LeBlanc and Brandon.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to butcher your last name,
I
Brandon. I'm
back
sorry.
past them, scrolling past. Thank you. Thanks for the help.
No problem.
Ms. LeBlanc.
Sure. Hi, good evening, everyone. Kind of connected to Colby's comments, just wanted to speak about things that the superintendent will be speaking on later this evening. The district and the LEA have come to an agreement to move forward with live streaming. I would imagine that there are mixed feelings on all sides, and Colby pretty much summed some of that up for us. Parents, students, administrators, and educators. Almost immediately following our agreement to enter into a hybrid model for the school year, the district and the LEA have been in constant conversation about changes that may need to be made. We have identified concerns from educators, students, and parents. And as you can imagine, it's impossible to find one solution to address concerns from all sides. Even within these groups, there is no consensus about what specific change would address a concern or fix a particular problem. Ongoing conversations between the LEA and the district have led to negotiations to make a significant change to move to live streaming. The agreement comes almost simultaneously with the Board of Education's move to specify a number of live instructional hours over a 10-day period. A vote was passed by the members of the LEA today to agree to live streaming K-12 with some much needed preparation and planning time provided through the calendar changes presented tonight. We appreciate the understanding that educators have been given an impossible task this year to educate students both at home and in person every day in a manner that seeks to support their educational needs, their social needs, and overall mental health during a pandemic. Essentially, our jobs as educators have doubled, but that may be an underestimation of the task. Moving to live streaming may certainly help some of our educators, our students, and our parents. That is our goal, that is our hope, but it will not solve every issue. It won't wake our students up in the morning in time to sign on to class or to get onto the bus. It likely will not create less work for them to complete. In some cases, it could create more as we move through curriculum at a quicker pace. It will not engage all students on the remote days, but many will stay more focused and be able to get their needed questions answered daily. Many students will still leave their cameras off, not respond to our questions, or watch something else while lessons are being delivered. I don't want to focus solely on the negatives, as there will be many positives to celebrate, but I do want the school community, parents, students to be aware that as we take on this new task and work out inevitable kinks, please be kind, be patient, and be respectful to our educators. Please help support your student who will now have a much more full schedule with many meets to sign on to when they are at home. Help support them as they manage their time, their schoolwork, and as they manage all the distractions that come with being at home. In order for any model to be successful, it needs to be supported on all sides. We look forward to working together as a school community to continue to provide our students with a top-tier education and to get through this exceptionally tough year together. Thank you all, and happy holidays to all of you.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Kibbe, did you have a comment as well?
Yes, I did. Brandon Kibbe, 146 Rolling Acres Road. And I wish I could be as eloquent as Ms. LeBlanc and Colby were in terms of their expression of my own feelings on some of these things. And I have to say, I've been hearing that live streaming was something that may be coming. But I guess my first comment here is that my first indication that it is actually coming was in an email that I received an hour before this meeting was held, where it was announced. And from a public process standpoint, I'm a little disappointed in how that is happening. First of all, with that level of notice, I'm sure there's a lot of parents who may want to have participated in this meeting that maybe didn't realize that this was being handled here and didn't have sufficient notice in order to chime in. Secondly, we were instructed that we could make our comments here in the public comment period prior to hearing the presentation from the superintendent on what the plan actually is and what it contains. And I'm basing my comments on essentially a mention in a single paragraph in a single page letter that we received an hour ago. And it's kind of difficult to make an informed public opinion on that with that kind of notice. And I have to say that I'm involved in the schools, right? I'm on the school advisory committee for the high school. I was on the reopening committee. So I understand the need to be flexible in the age of COVID. And my understanding of the need to be flexible in our learning plan from a COVID perspective was that maybe there would be a cluster that developed in the school and we'd have to close very, very quickly. Or maybe we'd have a staffing issue because we had a number of teachers or staff that ended up having to be quarantined for one reason or another. This is related to a plan. We're planning to implement something here, which means we should have a little bit more notice when implementing a plan. And that's just something that concerns me here. Second, what we found out tonight is that we're scheduling a change to the schedule that's going to affect parents during what is a crazy time, right? With COVID, with the holidays, with everything. That's going to happen next week, literally days from now. And now parents are going to have to scramble because we're trying to implement a new learning plan. Again, it's not something that's driven by an outcome from this disease. It's driven by our desire to implement a new learning plan. So why are we going to put parents and educators and students through that stress of all of a sudden making a change next week when we could simply start it when the holidays are over? It seems arbitrary and unfortunate to put people through that level of stress. With all of that said, I'm with what limited amount of information I have at this moment, I am not in favor of going to a live streaming model for a number of reasons, many of which Ms. LeBlanc outlined and Colby outlined very well. But you know, for me, I mean, clearly this is going to add a tremendous amount of burden to the teachers, and I'm really concerned about that. I spoke with every teacher that I spoke with on parent-teacher conferences. I asked them, A, how is it going? B, are you keeping up with your curriculum? C, you know, how, is live streaming something that you're going to be wanting to see? Every one of them, to a person, said they didn't. I should say, except for one who was in an honors class that was live streaming a couple of students in their honors class, but it was pretty universal to the teachers I've spoken with and other teachers I know in the community who I've spoken with.
Mr. Kibbe, I did just want to say we've gone well over the 3 minutes up. You know, I can extend it a little bit, but just I didn't know if there was, you know.
Okay, so let me summarize then. Extremely burdensome to the teachers, extremely burdensome to the students. I think the hybrid model offers an alternative to the 28 student classroom, which is a benefit, which is smaller class size, more individualized learning for the days the kids are in school. If the teachers have to now redeploy their attention across 28 students at a time, that benefit is lost. The American Academy of Pediatrics a couple of years ago released a study that said that having students be able to sleep in occasionally and maybe extending the morning start times was beneficial to students. Here we're in an extreme, we just heard a presentation from Ms. Millette about the mental health of our students. There's a couple of days a week now where we have built-in days where kids can sleep in a little. That's good for them. That's beneficial to students to be able to do that. And then it's just screen time. They're gonna sit and stare at a screen for an additional amount of time and then have to sit and stare at a screen for an extra time now for additional homework. I have not yet heard the benefits of why live streaming is going to benefit the majority of students. And without knowing that, it's hard for me to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Moving on, reviewing and approving line item transfers.
So we still have somebody with
We
a
do.
hand up.
We do have one more. I missed that. Sorry. And we have gone well over our 10 minutes. I will acknowledge that, but I understand folks have things they want to say regarding this. So can you tell me, because I'm not seeing whose hand is up.
I see Will Pumier.
Will? Sorry, Will. I'm trying to scroll. We have many folks on our thing tonight, so.
I'll keep it quick because I'm going to second everything that Mr. Kibbe said. My name is Will Pumier. I'm at 49 Jocelyn Street. Again, second everything Mr. Kibbe said. I'm a parent of 2 special needs children, and at this point, with so little notification about a change for next week, as well as the first week coming back, it puts a significant burden. Again, when you're dealing with 2 children with special needs, they have to follow a routine. You're dealing with, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. They know they're going in and they're staying home and doing the remote learning, which is difficult as it is without live streaming. Then you've got Tuesdays and Thursdays going in and participating in classes. There's a routine and a structure, which for, again, my 2 children who have special needs is important with having that structure. So having literally receiving an email, 27 minutes, before the start of the meeting to tell us that next week there's going to be a change where it's going to be remote Mondays on Tuesday and Wednesday. Then the following week, the kids is going to be having partial in the morning and live in the afternoon. So this is placing a significant burden on parents, and I understand the teachers as well, and more importantly, the students. And something to consider, I know the teachers are working long, hard days. The other thing that needs to be factored in on some of these changes is the long days parents are working. Parents are now working 10, 12 hours in order to account for having days off to be able to make sure their children are there for the remote learning. That's it again at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm checking again. My video is sketchy, so I'm not actually seeing a lot of video. So if hands aren't raised, I'm struggling to see it. Just so everyone is aware, I'm going through one more time. I don't see any other hands up.
I don't see any.
Does any? You don't either, Brian? Okay, thank you. Thank you for all your public comments. On our agenda next, reviewing and approving line item transfers.
I'll turn this over to Mr. Cassidy.
Everyone, Mike Cassidy, business manager. Before the school committee this evening, we've got 4 line item transfers. 2 transfers at the primary school and 2 transfers in our facility department, facilities and grounds department. First transfer is $1,579 within the primary school budget. They're cleaning out some account balances to buy 24 document cameras for each classroom. And in addition, it's extra money is needed to cover a pending shipping bill for some products that were received. The next transfer is a $1,090.69 transfer at the primary school. Once again, cleaning up account balances, transferring money into a supply account to purchase additional whiteboards that are needed in our kindergarten and grade 2 classrooms. The third transfer in front of the school committee tonight is a $6,000 transfer from our facilities and grounds, moving the $6,000 to our repair and maintenance equipment account. And this is to go to repair our Toro large mower, which is approximately 20 years old, is scheduled to be replaced at some point in the future in our capital plan. But we're looking to repair that so it's ready to go. Funds are coming from our, in this transfer from our sewer account. And that's because our water consumption is low to start the school year. The fourth and final transfer is a $2,797 transfer from our water account. Once again, our water consumption is low due to being closed on Mondays. In transferring the money into our new equipment maintenance account, and this will replace our district snow blower or throw snower. It's the oldest one in our stock right now, and it's beyond repair. So for these 4 transfers are up for consideration for the school committee. I'm here to answer any questions. Otherwise, a vote will be needed by the committee to move forward on these transfers.
You're muted, Wendy.
Thank you. I'm not seeing, if new members of the committee have a question, then for Mr. Cassidy, then I will take a motion. Mr. Leighton,
I'd make a motion to approve the 4 line item transfers as presented by Mr. Cassidy.
and a second. Ms. Archambeau,
I would second that.
roll call vote.
Ms. Shapiro,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Leighton,
Yes.
Mrs. Archambeau,
Yes.
and Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Next up, we are reviewing and approving meeting minutes from regular session December 2nd. Anyone on the committee, were there any changes noted? If not, if no one saw any need for any changes to anything, then I'll take a motion to approve those minutes. And Ms. Shapiro.
Sophie Shapiro, and I'm going to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from Wednesday, December 2nd, 2020.
And a second. Ms. Kelly.
This is Laura Kelly. I'll second that motion.
Roll call vote.
Ms. Shapiro,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Leighton,
Yes.
Mrs. Archambeau,
Yes.
and Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes. Moving on to the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to make you aware that yesterday the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education met and voted in new regulations requiring a minimum number of live instructional hours in a 10-day window of time. We will have an opportunity to discuss a little bit more about this need for a shift in our current model, particularly at the high school, in the context of discussion around the changes for the school calendar a little later in the agenda. Water testing. So the most recent water testing results have been provided to the school principals and are posted on our websites. Our results this year are actually better than they've been in the previous 2 years. However, they changed the standards. So Mr. Londa will be present at our next meeting to give you a report and explain the changes and the results and answer any questions that you have. A quick reminder for families that December 23rd is a full day of school. We've had several inquiries around whether or not it's a half day. As you know, we do the half day before the Thanksgiving break. But it is slated to be a full day on our calendar. Another reminder, flu vaccines are required for all students this year. This is not a requirement of the Lunenburg Public Schools. This is a requirement of the state. We have to have our students vaccinated by December 31st. Parents must submit proof of vaccination or submit a letter requesting a medical or religious exemption. The gift card drive. This is the 3rd annual gift card drive, and at last total, our secretaries received $9,600 in gift card donations. I know that part of the money raised was actually a $500 donation that came from the LEA, because once they reach a certain threshold, the LEA will match up to 500. So we thank all of our residents and families and our teachers and other staff for contributing to support families in need at this time of year. And I want to thank again our administrative assistants for taking this on. They do a phenomenal job. They have very big hearts, and they really do care for the kids. And the district is very fortunate to have such caring staff. And lastly, I will also offer my wishes for a good holiday to everyone and an opportunity for staff and parents and students to get some downtime and refuel to start back again in the new year. And that's all I have for you this evening.
Thank you. We don't have a student representatives report unless our student rep has hopped on. I'm checking, but I don't think so. So we will skip over that item. Under new business, the revised LEA remote MOA.
So you've had an opportunity to review the revised remote MOA. Basically, this is just a document outlining an agreement with the LEA that outlines the expectations for teachers if we go into a full remote model, so that we're now no longer in a hybrid model, we're in a full remote model. I can take any questions that you might have.
Committee, any questions from the committee? I can't see Laura down there. I'm looking to see.
She says no.
I am tech challenged
I'm good.
tonight. All right.
Thank you, though.
Will this be posted with other contracts online for viewing?
Once this is approved by you, again, it was ratified by the LEA today. Their vote was open until 5 p.m. this evening. So I couldn't share any news relative to this agreement prior to the vote closing out today. But yes, should you approve this agreement this evening, it will be posted on the website.
If there are no questions, if anyone would like to make a motion regarding this MOA. Ms. Archambault?
This is Carol Ashambo. I would like to make a motion to approve the revised LEA remote MOA.
Is there a second? Ms. Shapiro?
This is Sophie Shapiro, and I second that motion.
Roll call vote.
Ms. Shapiro,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Leighton,
Yes.
Mrs. Archambault,
Yes.
and Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes.
It's unanimous, thank you.
Personnel report.
And I'll turn it over to Mr. Cassidy.
Good evening, everyone again. Mike Cassidy, Business Manager. We're providing a personnel report to the school committee tonight, which is current resignations, retirements, which are none at this time. We've had 6 resignations, and we've listed out our new hires since the last report in September. So that's the official record submitted from administration to the school committee. Important updates included in this report. Our custodian positions are completely filled, including our student custodians, which are listed in this report. Even though they're not permanent positions, I thought it was valuable to have recognition to our student that are working for us and helping us out, cleaning our classrooms 3 days a week. Just want to give you an update. We've posted all of our winter coaching positions, and we're waiting for final appointment from the athletic director for those positions. And currently, and we've had 2 late resignations, mid-year resignations from 2 teachers. We're currently interviewing for an open grade 3 position at Turkey Hill and a special education position at the middle school. So we do have applicants for those positions. Interviews that will be conducted and appointments will be made as soon as possible.
Any questions before? Should we vote to accept the report?
Please.
Yes.
If the committee could
Yes.
vote to accept the report, that would be great.
All right, I will take a motion then to accept this report. And Ms. Kelly?
This is Laura Kelly. I just want to make a motion to accept the personnel report from Mr. Cassidy this evening.
And a second, Mr. Leighton?
Brian Leighton, I second.
Roll call vote?
Sophie Shapiro,
Yes.
Laura Kelly,
Yes.
Brian Leighton,
Yes.
Carol Ashambo,
Yes.
and Wendy Bertrand.
Yes. Permission to post.
And again, I will turn that over to Mr. Cassidy.
Good evening. Again, Mike Cassidy, Business Manager or HR Director. I'm both, but I guess this is a HR thing. So in front of you tonight is a permission to post. So this is a mid-year stipend position that we're recommending moving forward on. It'll be paid half the stipend. So this is a student engagement coordinator. We have 4 student engagement coordinators in our schools right now. This is really what we're recommending is an additional student engagement coordinator at Lunenburg High School. We've identified a group of students that are specifically monitoring the student population that are in the online classes through EduSeer and making sure that those students are engaged in reaching out to them. It is a large group of students, but reaching out to them to making sure that they're not isolated, that they're remaining on track. It's really a recently identified need coming from the administration at the high school. Once again, this is a unique stipend position. Can't believe that it would go beyond this school year, past the pandemic, and we're recommending that the funding source will be from the local budget. So before you is a permission to post. Where this is unbudgeted, the administration would need your permission to post this position for the remaining part of the year.
Any questions from the committee? All right, if anyone would like to put forward a motion. Ms. Archambault?
This is Carol Ashambo. I would like to make a motion to grant Mr. Cassidy permission to post the student engagement coordinator position.
Is there a second? And sorry, I'm definitely having
Ms.
issues
Shapiro.
over here. Ms. Shapiro, thank you.
Sophie Shapiro, and I second that motion.
We're ready for roll call vote.
Ms. Shapiro,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Leighton,
Yes.
Mrs. Archambo,
Yes.
and Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes. Thank you. Identified needs for our fiscal 21 budget update.
Hi, Mike Cassidy, business manager now. I think if I may, this is really just a budget update, the quarterly update. I'm not really identifying any needs, but certainly I anticipate closing my discussion with some, I guess, some identified needs that I'm seeing in the budget. So the school committee has a quarterly report, which was generated last Friday on our line by line expenditures and account balances. I have highlighted the negative balances that so they kind of stick out for the committee. It was all of these negative balances have been adjusted based upon previous transfers that were approved by the school committee. They had just not hit the munis account yet. So there's just right currently there's a little lag getting these entered into munis. So I can tell you that these negative balances have been reconciled with previous transfers. So I was hoping to clean that up. I'll learn and try to get those resolved before the next quarterly report so they don't stand out. So my opinion is that we're in pretty good shape. We're right on target budget-wise. I would anticipate over the next couple of months, as I do forecasts, as we hire those final teaching positions, I will be shifting money within the budget, especially the salary and wages, to really align staff that are hitting the account and appropriately drawing down those funds. So there is still some cleanup that has to be done. I will admit to the school committee that there are some expenses that are in this report that will be transferring to the COVID relief fund grant. So there'll be some additional funds that'll be available. Next time you get that report, they won't be included in that. And a lot of that is custodial overtime and transferring money out of our day-to-day sub-accounts and long-term sub-accounts to the COVID relief grant. So we've been tracking absences and overtime that's eligible to be paid out of the grant. It's just easy for me to have it hit the local account and then do a journal entry with town hall to reconcile those accounts. So those accounts will be replenished by the next time you see this report. So that we're in pretty good shape. That's the message from the business office to the school committee. As you saw tonight, the message just to the schools is really to spend out of their school-based budgets. The primary school is being very aggressive in wiping out a lot of their account balances to make some purchases for our classrooms. And I would anticipate Turkey Hill's in very good shape, and the middle school and the high school are doing some planning for final purchases for the year. One thing I would like to bring to your attention is, I guess it is identified needs or identified budget issues moving forward. So I looked at our two revolving accounts, our extended day program and our food service program. Right now I'm forecasting that the extended day program will not run into a deficit based upon the amount of money that they carried over from last year and the revenues that they anticipate on bringing in this year. So that's the good news. The bad news on that is that we probably won't be carrying a lot of money over next year. So I know the superintendent and I have talked about looking at the fee structure a little bit differently next year. Obviously, it's very difficult to set a fee structure when there is some uncertainty on what the start of the school year looks like as far as safety due to COVID and safety planning. So I want to let you know that the administration is looking into that, and we'll be making some recommendations shortly over the next few school committees meetings. The food service program is, I'm predicting about a $40,000 shortfall in that budget. So we are not hiring any resignations or retirements that we're getting out of the food service program. We are making I don't want to say manpower, man hours or work hour adjustments as needed as we move forward into the school year. But I'm just alerting the school committee that there could be a deficit in that program. So there's two options there. We'll certainly look at the local budget to see if that could be absorbed. Some of those costs could be absorbed into the local budget, or we could consider school choice. And there is some uncertainty of whether or not there's additional funding that's coming through the pandemic through the federal government. I will let you know what I have heard. I have heard through the state there's not a lot of new grant money that's going to be coming until post-inauguration. So that's from the state level. Things could change, but any new initiatives, especially at local or school levels, is probably going to be post-inauguration. So I'll keep you updated if we hear anything about that. So other shortfalls that we're predicting, nothing new, is, depending on after June. Our COVID relief fund has been helping out with our substitute funds, but that grant expires on December 30th. So local budget will really have to support any substitutes in our classrooms from January 1st to the last day of school. So we just need to be prepared to budget money as we move forward over the next 6 months. And we should be anticipating one final PPE purchase at some point in the either the late winter or early springtime. We've done a last-ditch purchase with grant money, and we are getting those supplies in right now, and that should carry us forward to some point, probably around the end of March. But we need to. I'll be planning to some money within the local budget to do a final purchase for the remaining part of the year. So I just want to alert the committee on some of our purchasing and budget expectations. So once again, if you have any suggestions on formatting the budget, I'd love to hear them. You can either say them publicly or send me an email. I'd be happy to make any modifications to that. And I will keep you up to date on the revolving accounts and any additional shortfalls that we're seeing in the budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chairperson.
Thank you. Definitely continuing to have updates on potential shortfalls would be very helpful. for us.
Okay.
And I'll let the other committee members, if they have any thoughts on formatting, I do as well, but I'll turn it over first. If anybody else has any. Ms. Archambault?
I didn't have a formatting question, but I did have another question. The food service that you think could run into deficit is, I am assuming that all the possible COVID grant funds that could be spent for anything in food services has been spent.
Yeah, so yes, I'll answer the question directly. Yes.
Okay.
Here's the challenge. We've remember the food service program is a reimbursable program. So we get a cost per meal that's served. So it's already part of the reimbursement system.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of it is not eligible. But part of the COVID relief fund grant, and it's approximately $10,000 that based upon last year, and when I say last year, during the closure period,
Mm-hmm.
Between March and June, based upon the revenues that we received from the state, and these were, remember, we weren't selling anything at that time. So state and federal reimbursable amounts against the cost for salary and wages, there was a $10,000 shortfall.
Okay.
And that included the cost for commodities as well. So that $10,000 deficit, so to speak, or shortfall is being applied to the COVID relief grant. Okay. And that is an eligible expense. We are, we're running a tight ship for the food service program right now. There's not a lot of money left in the COVID relief grant. In fact, there's no money left in the COVID relief grant. We've got all the money that's accountable for that. We did get a $5,000 grant this week from DESE for some eligible expenses. Certainly that's not going to cover the $40,000. It is a challenge. I have heard from other business managers from other districts, so they're really cutting back on man hours and operational hours to get food out to students. So it's a challenge for all districts. So once again, unless there is another grant or a funding source that either comes from the federal or the state government, that is something we need to plan to absorb somewhere in our budget. And if I just may just respond to Ms. Bertrand's comment, I'm very confident that we could absorb these costs into the local budget, and I will keep the committee aware of any potential shortfalls. When I say shortfalls, it's going to be more or less a line item deficit, not necessarily a total budget deficit. So our total operating budget, I am not anticipating that we're going to go over that amount. It's really more or less within the budget, and that'll be reflected. Any shortfalls will be reflected in a line item transfer, which will be presented to the school committee for consideration. So, and which will be accompanied by a memorandum of how we got to this point, and we need that transfer. So we're just trying to keep the lines of communication open on it. It is, we are monitoring the budget on a daily basis. We've got some challenges this year, unlike anything we've had before. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments from the committee? Thank you, Mr. Cassidy.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on, we have first read of a new set of policies. Later in the agenda, we have third and final read on a different set. This first read is for policies 1202, which is regulations governing the use of school facilities, 5204, promotion and retention of students, 5805, student photographs, 6509, public participation at school committee meetings. So we typically waive our first readings, so I will take a motion to waive those first readings. Mr. Leighton.
Thanks, Ms. Bertrand. Before I make the motion, I just wanted to mention that the policy regarding the public participation, that information is also closely related to our operating protocols, which are in our folder as well as on the website. So if people want to make the connection there and members want to review the operating protocols, they can make that connection with the policy. But I'll make a motion to waive the first reading of the policies presented.
Is there a second? Ms. Kelly?
This is Laura Kelly. I second that motion.
Roll call vote.
Ms. Shapiro,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Leighton,
Yes.
Mrs. Archambault,
Yes.
and Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes. And next we have a donation.
We have received a donation of 2 flutes and 1 French horn from Ms. Jennifer Hartman.
One,
And-
I will
and-
sit on your legs.
Let's see. Maybe that'll take care of that. From Ms. Jennifer Hartman, I can say that Mrs. Wardwell was extremely excited to have this donation, and I would recommend that we accept with gratitude.
I will take a motion from the committee to do so. Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Archambault.
I will make a motion to accept the generous donation of the flutes and the French horn, and thank you very much.
And a second? Ms. Shapiro.
Sophie Shapiro, and I second that motion.
All right. Roll call vote.
Okay. Ms. Shapiro,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Leighton,
Yes.
Mrs. Archambault,
Yes.
and Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes. Moving on, we have the FY22 budget identified needs.
We do. So Mr. Cassidy will likely join me in this presentation and conversation. And all righty. So as you know, we are attentive to ensuring that the budget that we develop is very student-centered and supports the mission and the vision of the school department. Our mission is to provide all students with the skills, confidence, and passion for lifelong learning so that they may find their own paths to successful careers, active citizenship, and rewarding lives. And the Lunenburg Schools is committed to becoming a leader in education by focusing on its values of attending to the personal well-being of its students, providing high quality curricula and student-centered instruction for deeper learning at all levels, and promoting the development of attributes and skills necessary for continuous learning for all. I'll just remind everyone that we have a strategy for continuous improvement with 4 big objective areas. 1, transforming teaching and learning. 1, focusing on improving communication and operations, cultivating climate and culture, and equity, access, opportunity, and achievement for all students. So as we take a look at our enrollment numbers, this year numbers are a bit down. As I've already indicated, we had many students, families opt for homeschooling given the COVID conditions. We anticipate that those numbers of students leaving us this year for that reason will hopefully be returning to us. We anticipate that they'll be returning to us next year when conditions relative to the virus improve. Hopefully improve. And again, our class size, hard to say this year because again, we lost students to homeschooling. We have many at each grade level opting for full remote, but generally speaking, our class sizes run around 25 per class. So last year, the school department was asked for the first time to submit a 5-year staffing plan so that the town manager could incorporate that staffing plan in the 5-year financial forecast that she does annually for the town. Again, we were asked to submit staffing needs. So we went back and we revisited the 5-year staffing plan that we had put together for last year. So here, you see many of the positions that we have in the plan over 5 years. We'll take a look year by year. So as far as instructional positions for year 1 of the 5-year plan, again, this is not an exact mirror of last year's year 2 in the 5-year plan, because we did not get all of the positions that we were seeking or had identified as need for year 1 last year. So again, we've made some adjustments. We still are going to carry the possibility that we may need a 7th kindergarten. So therefore, there's a teaching position and a paraprofessional position for the kindergarten. We may not need this position, but for right now, we're going to identify it as a need. We know that next year, the large kindergarten class, you remember that very large class, they're rolling up to the 3rd grade. They're heading off to Turkey Hill next year. So we will need to add a 3rd grade classroom to accommodate the class size that's moving up. We also would like to add a paraprofessional position for as a reading tutor at Turkey Hill. Under leadership, you'll see again, and I think I've included this in an initial presentation every year. We have the Director of Teaching and Learning position listed again. Last year, you might recall that we were looking to add an assistant principal to the pre-K 5 level so that each school would have a dedicated assistant principal and not a shared assistant principal. And if you look back to the plan, the 5-year plan that we presented last year, it was always our plan that we would add an assistant principal at the 6-12 this year. So as we did not, we could not support the assistant principal K-5, pre-K-5 last year, we're carrying that forward and we're keeping the assistant principal 6-12 on this identified list as well. We've had some conversation around position for Director of Instructional Technology and Communication, Director of Extended Learning Programs. And when we talked about that last year, we talked about that not being a new fully funded on the local budget position, rather a coordinator, director to oversee multiple programs, our early learning center, our extended day, our adult learning program, our community links services program. Again, this position would likely be funded partly from all of those programs. We would like to include some instructional leadership in the form of a math specialist / coach at the K-5 level. One of the things that we're seeing in the iReady data that we were able to harvest this year with a new assessment subscription, we have some gaps definitely to target. And it's consistent with what we had seen in years prior with the math MCAS results. We are contemplating possibly looking to pilot a new math program and implement a new math program. Currently, and for a number of years, we've been using everyday math. So we would like to take a look at some updated programs. It would be extremely beneficial for us to have an instructional math coach to support teachers in a transition to a new program. You'll see listed here the school psychologist. As you know, that was a position that we could not fund in the local budget last year, but with COVID funding, we were able to include a part-time school psychologist this year. The social worker, you heard all about the social worker early in the evening tonight. We're looking to keep that position on year one. As you know, we've identified an athletic trainer position for a number of years now. We're going to continue to carry that forward and assess the situation throughout the budget cycle. This year we did utilize an equipment manager, which is just a stipended position, someone to support our athletic director with implementation of all of the COVID safety protocols and oversight. A technician, an IT technician. We just added hundreds of new devices to the district, and we foresee the need for some additional tech support. And as you know, this year with the COVID grant, we did establish stipended positions, technology trainers. These are teachers who develop and deliver workshops, instructional technology workshops for teachers, and we would like to continue to carry those forward. So now year two, FY23, we have been talking for quite some time about the need to add a technology teacher to the high school. We also know that it would be beneficial to have additional FTEs for oversight of our STEP intern program, our online learning. We had worked with virtual high school prior. We've made that transition to EduSeer. There will always be some students at the high school that will take courses that we do not offer through EduSeer. So adding some FTEs there would be helpful. Adding some additional FTEs in ELA and history based on the new civics requirement would be beneficial as well. And we've talked for a number of years about expanding our foreign language program into the middle school. Specialist teaching positions, as you may recall, last year we talked about the primary school having added additional kindergarten class, and then the following year maintaining that added kindergarten class and adding another first grade class and adding another second grade class. The way we structure the schedule to build in prep time for teachers is the children are off at their specials classes. That's what frees up the teachers for their prep time. So as we add classroom sections, we really do need to be adding some additional FTEs in the specials area. In terms of leadership, an instructional data specialist, I hope that you've already seen glimpses of how important it is to gather data that can inform how to provide intervention for students and close gaps. To have this position would just further provide the kind of coaching that teachers need in how to look at data to have the greatest impact for students. A guidance counselor at the high school and a network administrator or a systems administrator in our IT department. Year 3, again, foreign language at the middle school, a paraprofessional to support our middle high school library, an early childhood coordinator. This particular position would serve many functions relative to the pre-K program, but would also be a much needed liaison between the school district and the Department of Early Education and Care, which is different. It's a state department, different from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. So to have somebody coordinating all of that and getting all of that communication would be extremely beneficial for the district. Eventually, we would like to see a coordinator of the lifelong learning program, somebody who's dedicated to working on this program would actually be likely capable of expanding the program and bringing in more offerings in that program. Year 4, we've talked for a number of years about adding an option for sign language at the high school. There are many students, who have disabilities, and some of those students are waived out of the foreign language requirement. It would be great to give them an alternative to just a full waive out of that requirement. We would like to see the world cultures component of our foreign language program initiated at Turkey Hill Elementary in the 5th grade. That's assuming that we can actually expand our foreign language all the way down to grade 6. Certainly we would not put the world cultures in place at Turkey Hill until we had established foreign language at all grades at the middle school. And down the road, we're also looking to include an HR payroll specialist for the district, a much needed position to support all the work that Mr. Cassidy is doing. And in year 5, FY26, we're looking at possibly another wave of, larger class coming up, an added teacher at grade 3, potentially some FTEs in the specials area at the primary school. Ideally, we would love to get to the point of having elementary curriculum coordinators. We have department heads at the high school who help coordinate and keep the curriculum current, updated, make sure that there's, best practice happening and that we have the right curriculum materials and other equipment needed to deliver the curriculum. The hope is that we would get to the point where we could have curriculum coordinators for humanities and for STEM. Additionally, we had talked about seeing an increase in the number of English language learner students, and at some point to add a 3rd position. We currently have 2. We could add a position that would be designated as the EL coordinator and also provide services to students. And then, you know, we've also talked about positions of a technology specialist. This would be the kind of person that would keep up with the ever-changing instructional technology that's available. And this position would be a coach of sorts, make recommendations as to what types of technology tools would be beneficial to teachers in the classroom, as well as support them with implementation of those new programs. So we've seen many of these needs before, and they're still on the list. The athletic trainer, the director of teaching and learning, kindergarten, an added kindergarten classroom as a possibility, the school psychologist, assistant principal, and the director of extended learning programs. So we've seen the request for these positions prior that we could not budget. And I'll just remind everybody that we do have many shared positions in the district. And as I talked about that last year, having a consistent and stable team present in your school building every day is actually more effective and more impactful to benefit students, but also to benefit teachers because they have the added supports they need so that they can focus on the important work of teaching our students. I seem to be stuck. Okay. So non-staffing needs. We've talked about this previously as well. We know we need to always continue to focus on standards aligned curriculum. We know that there's a high priority of focus work needed in the transition to the new history and social studies framework, as well as the civics requirement. We know that we're focusing work on elementary literacy and math. We know that we've seen a bit of a shift in the demographic of our students and their needs. So, you know, continued work on developing tiered systems of support, both academic as well as that social, emotional, behavioral component. And professional development, if we're going to accomplish all of the work in the curriculum and meeting student needs, we do need to continue to focus professional development on the behavioral health as well as history, social studies, instructional technology, literacy, tiered supports. And I imagine that we will be adding to this list some work on equity as the Equity Advisory Council continues to dig in and determine where the needs of the district are and what our next steps should be. So that you will see definitely on a future presentation for sure. And again, you know, I showed this last year. The positions that we're talking about, if they're bolded, they have a direct impact in this particular objective area in the strategy. So you can see that a lot of these positions are bolded. They are going to be impactful in terms of our ability to move the action plans underneath all of these objectives forward with better momentum. All right, so our budget process, as I had indicated to you a little bit ago, town manager said that we were going to maintain our typical process, that she didn't see any deviation from our typical process based on the challenges that we've had in terms of state budget, et cetera, for the current year. And we would plan that next year is going to be something closer to typical. So as you know, we start in August and September. The district leadership team reviews the strategy. We presented that to you early in September and felt that we didn't need to make any major shifts in order to address our COVID needs for this year, that the actions that we had already identified were also a good fit and support for what we thought would be our COVID needs. And as you know, we made a concerted effort this year to develop goals that could be utilized district-wide. Myself, members of the central office administration, our school administrators, as well as our teaching staff. Again, in November, our building principals and our department heads create the budget, submit the budget. We review and discuss budget requests. And then, here we are in December. And I'm presenting to you, again, a revised 5-year staffing plan, which, always year one of the staffing plan is a forecast for what you might see in a budget that we bring forward to you in January. So from here, it's the typical timeline. We would make our actual proposed budget presentation January 20th. And we would also make presentations to all of the staff in the district. We typically also have a meeting with the town manager in January. Now last year, and you can give me some input here, last year we incorporated budget Q&A sessions during our school committee meetings. And those sessions were incorporated in meetings in February and March. If you think that that was beneficial, we can certainly maintain, but we can certainly revisit that as well. We always present to the finance committee in March, and we typically hold the school budget hearing at a school committee meeting, the first meeting in April, which would be April 7th. And then there's the town meeting where the omnibus budget would be voted. So it's a lot, but it's a lot of repeat. There's not a whole lot new in that list of identified needs. Our job now is to work to see how many of those positions we can incorporate into the budget and bring that back to you in January. Any questions?
Okay. Mr. Leighton.
Thank you. Not a question as much as a comment. I thought the Q&A sessions were good to have. Gives the public an opportunity to have their voice heard. Even if it's not well attended, I think it still gives the public that opportunity. So I'd like to keep that.
And I will concur with that as well regarding those Q&As. I think they are essential. Everything Brian said. So certainly. One question I had regarding, we typically get numbers in for health insurance. Is there a thought, because Mr. Cassidy had kind of prepped us the end of the fiscal year saying we can probably expect a significant hike in a sort of post-pandemic year? That's that's typically the pattern. Is there a thought how that could potentially affect, because there's a lot of staffing there?
So I'll let Mr. Cassidy respond, but I think that Mrs. Archambault probably has information from Board of Select meeting or the Finance Committee as well.
At the Finance Committee meeting the other night, the town manager reported that the health insurance company had stated that it would probably be no more than a 3% increase,
Which is very good news.
which was very good news, absolutely. And they
That's-
were fairly confident that that was the high end.
That's awesome. 3% total or 3% above our typical range?
No,
To
we're supposed to
plan-
budget a 3%.
3%.
Thank you.
Mr. Cassidy?
So that is good news, and it was it's out of the normal rate pattern from over the last decade or so. The value of that is between $87,000 and $90,000 increase to the budget for health insurance. So a 3% on a $2.9 million line item, it definitely does have an impact. So, the budget will be, that line item will be going up about $87,000 to $90,000, and that'll be included in the budget presentation in January.
I'd also like to hopefully, if we could consider at our next meeting, sort of hammering out dates to do the Q&As, the budget Q&As, so that we're real clear about that real early on and can get that information out.
Would it be advantageous to the committee if we propose a calendar for you to vote on? Or for discussion, for initial discussion? Thoughts on that?
We could bring back some recommended dates at the next meeting.
Model it after last year's?
Yep.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you. What are next steps for us here? Dr. Burnham?
We will come back to the next meeting with some recommended dates for the Q&A sessions. And then I'm sure that you're very anxious for the presentation that will come on a proposed budget, January 20th.
Absolutely.
We have a lot of difficult work to do between now and then.
A lot of number crunching.
Mr. Cassidy?
So the part of the presentation that the superintendent just gave was a 5-year capital plan, staffing plan, which was included in your folder, online folder. It does identify all the positions that were presented with a cost value projection for every year. The town manager wants to incorporate this plan into townwide plan over the next 5 years. So we would be looking for authorization for the superintendent to deliver that plan to the town manager. So that would be in the form of a motion. If I could just throw my 2 cents in regarding this plan, this is a projection and a plan. This is identified needs from the leadership and recommendations to the school committee. So this doesn't necessarily identify all funding sources as we're looking into grants to fund some of these positions. Things will become more clear a month from now when you get the first draft of the budget, and it'll become more clear as you vote on the recommended budget in the beginning of April. I think it's April 7th. So A lot of, we're identifying needs and we're not really identifying funding sources at this time. Some of these positions will not be funded next school year, but it's important that the administration identifies these positions to the school committee. I will say that this exercise that we did last year was really advantageous to this to the administration as COVID relief funds became available. We basically went to unfunded positions that were in the staffing plan last year, and we were able to move very quickly on identifying positions for those the grants that Lunenburg Public Schools received. So I want to remain hopeful that maybe there's some additional money that's coming forward, and maybe if a position falls outside of a funding source or the local budget, and there is supplemental funding that comes from the federal or state government, I can guarantee you the administration will go to the staffing plan and look for identified needs. So all this is really tied together. So rest assured that this has been a very good exercise for administration to really identify the needs of students and with FTEs associated with it. So that's just my my thoughts on this plan. But once again, I still need authorization from the school committee for the superintendent to deliver this plan to the town manager.
All right, then. If there are no further questions, if someone would like to put forward that motion. Ms. Archambault?
This is Carol Ashambo. I will make a motion that Dr. Burnham may present this plan to the town manager.
And a second? Mr. Leighton?
This is Brian Leighton. I second the motion.
All right, roll call vote.
Ms. Shapiro,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Leighton,
Yes.
Mrs. Archambault,
Yes.
and Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes.
Once again, thank you for your support and happy holidays.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is school calendar.
Yes, so this is complicated.
Yeah, is this, can I start by saying, is this actually a school calendar change? Is it a change in delivery method or an actual
No.
calendar change? Okay, I'm
What's-
hoping you can.
What's before you this evening is a change to the calendar. It's connected to live streaming in that it provides additional support and time for teachers to prepare for a transition to live streaming. You are not voting this evening to approve live streaming. The process is complicated and there are many competing factors all at play at the same time. I apologize to parents. I would love to be able to provide you much greater timeline in advance. Unfortunately, I really had obligations to meet and was not able to release these details until after 5 p.m. this evening. I did send out an earlier email to parents to alert them to the fact that this change to the school calendar was going to be on the agenda this evening and that I would have more information to send out just prior to the meeting. The union, the teachers union today took a vote. The vote closed at 5 p.m. The vote was on a proposal to incorporate live streaming into our hybrid model. The agreement, they voted to approve the agreement. And in part of the agreement is incorporating additional prep and PD time for them during the school year. And in particular, next week and the first week back from the break. So hopefully I can explain the rationale around all of that. I fully understand that for some families, 1 week is short notice. But in all fairness, early at the onset of the school year, and I reminded families again, conditions are such this year that at any time, I may have to move the district into remote learning. And I asked families to please have contingency plans ready because I may not be able to give them notice with time to plan accordingly. The district, the community has been read for a number of weeks. If we were seeing a challenge in the schools, we could have moved into a remote model at some point, a week or two ago. We aren't seeing in-school transmission of the virus. So back to the proposed changes to the calendar. The state, again, as I mentioned earlier in my report at the beginning of the meeting, the Board of Education met yesterday and changed regulations. School districts are going to have to meet a mandated minimum number of live instruction hours. Live instruction can be the instruction you receive face-to-face while students are in desks in our schools, but it can also be the instruction that students receive in a Google Meet. We know that they're asking, basically telling us that there has to be live instruction daily. We are not providing live instruction daily at the high school right now. Teachers during one prep period a day cannot provide live instruction to 5 different classrooms in less than an hour's time. It's been a challenge for us since we opened school on September 16th. We have been engaged in conversations with teachers, and it's been included in updates in the context of a superintendent report at school committee meetings, and it has been included in some letters out to parents since the early days of this school year. We are going to have to make this adjustment, as is every district that's in hybrid that is not meeting a minimum number of live instruction hours, or if they are not providing live hours every day. And office hours and check-ins do not meet the standard of synchronous learning time. That's what they're referring to it as, synchronous learning time. We know that we have the challenge of providing students who are on a 2-week quarantine period access to their education. Live streaming is a way to do that. Students attend the class and see what's happening in the class and can participate in the class from home. We invested, the town supported and used the Town CARES Act monies to upgrade our teachers' technology in the classroom, which is a great bonus. Live streaming or no, we've had technical struggles for a variety of reasons. Bandwidth at the high school is not one of those struggles, however. We tested that system back in September. And we realized that the system could support streaming instruction 6 through 12, the whole building. What we do know is that Turkey Hill and primary are not in that same position. The middle high school has fiber optic. Turkey Hill and the primary do not. You all heard from our IT director, Mr. Malandrinos, about what is necessary to provide that kind of infrastructure to our to support the teaching of our teachers. You also gave permission for us to move forward, knowing that that was going to incur additional monthly cost because we're upgrading the Comcast service. At this point, we believe that the upgrade will occur with Comcast coming out to actually perform the service of bringing in the fiber optic into the building. Right now, we're being told that it's projected to happen the week of January 11th. So at that point, all of our schools will have fiber optic. All of our teachers will have the technology upgrades, larger monitor, microphone, stylus pad, docking station. Our foreign language teachers needed external CD drives so that they could play the audios that they usually have been able to do with their older computers. You saw that there's a move to transfer monies to support the purchase of additional cameras at the lower grades. We've been working in this direction for a number of months, but the details of what this looks like needed to be worked out. Yes, there's no doubt. I will readily admit that I still have teachers in the district that would prefer not to do this. But I have teachers who would prefer to do this. And we have had teachers piloting live streaming instruction in the 8th grade every day. And the initial feedback from them is very good. That they think that this shift is very worthwhile and actually makes their jobs a little bit easier. We all recognize that we do not want all of our students on a computer for 6.5 hours straight, particularly not our youngest. That does not make any sense. That does not equate to quality instruction and learning. So there are still many details to work out. But what we did work out with the LEA, the teachers union, and they voted, the vote ended at 5 tonight, and they voted in favor of supporting the proposal to move to live streaming, but that proposal also incorporates all of this added preparation time to get ready to do this and do it well. So I apologize for not being able to get details out to you prior to an hour before the meeting, but I couldn't share the proposal that had not yet been approved. There's a sequence of events that has to happen. And unfortunately, everything's being crunched into a very small timeline right now for a variety of reasons. One of which is this new demand from the state. They've put us on a very tight timeline to make this adjustment. Teachers at the high school who teach an AP class have been live streaming. They don't live stream all of their classes, but they do live stream their AP class. There are teachers who teach honors classes that have fully remote students assigned to the class. They have been live streaming. And other teachers at the high school and everywhere else throughout the district have been live streaming students who are on quarantine. This is happening to support students who are on quarantine. What we're saying is we're going to move to this model where students who are on their remote learning day will be able to stream into the classroom. They will actually be able to participate in classroom dialogue. You can effectively facilitate classroom discussion involving students in the classroom and on the screen. In part because we purchased those microphones. They make a difference. Is this going to be perfect? No. It's going to solve some problems and not others. But again, we are feeling the push from the state right now. We know that we've had 2 cycles of feedback, and we know that there are parents and students at the high school who are specifically requesting live streaming because so many other high schools around are live streaming. I acknowledge that there are people who participate in those feedback surveys that say, no live streaming, don't do live streaming. The bottom line is this entire year I framed back in August. We were committed to a cycle of feedback. We were committed to making adjustments and improvements to the quality of the teaching and the learning. This is one of them. We don't plan to implement this until later in January. This is not going into effect next week. We are not live streaming all classes across the district next week. The Turkey Hill Elementary and the primary school, until they get that Comcast upgrade, are not going to be able to successfully do that. Can we have some teachers live streaming some quarantine students in those buildings? Yes. But to shift for the entire building to start teaching that way, we really do need the upgrade in those 2 buildings to the Comcast service. That transition to live streaming, again, it's not happening until after we get that upgrade. But because so many teachers at the high school have live streamed quarantine students, live stream AP classes, live stream honors classes, Mr. McGrath looked at his list of core academic teachers, your English, math, science, history, and foreign language. And there were, I believe he told me 4 who had not yet live streamed at all. 4. We've set up a demo classroom for teachers to visit, and there are scheduled times. They sign up to pop into the demo classroom at scheduled times. Mr. Malandrinos is providing them an overview of the capabilities of the equipment that they have just received, the new technologies. Again, what happened earlier today is that the union took a vote and they are supportive of live streaming with the added prep time. You're not voting on live streaming. The language that they agreed to in the proposal will be incorporated into a revised hybrid model MOA. The same agreement that you approved earlier tonight that the teachers union ratified around what is the expectation, how will full remote learning look. We are revisiting the hybrid MOA that was ratified by the union and approved at a school committee meeting back in September. It just codifies the ways in which we intend to work and the expectations of of teachers and what teachers maybe should be able to expect from families or students. It's just an agreement that outlines the operation. So at this point, the union has gotten behind a portion, language that will be a portion of a hybrid MOA revised. That we hope to be able to bring back before the school committee and out to the LEA membership for ratification, so that it's before you for a vote for approval at the first meeting in January 6th. As you know, Mrs. Archambault, myself, and Mr. Cassidy are the negotiating team with the leadership of the LEA. We have a meeting tomorrow afternoon to look at the language of the hybrid MOA that was approved and that we have been using to operate. We're going to go back and revisit all of that document, make any needed adjustments to that document, and incorporate this language around live streaming. We feel that the timeline, because so many teachers at the high school have had some experience with the live streaming, that they are in a better position to start soon. But they need time to transition and plan and learn how to operate all of the new equipment to live stream a class. I was in a demo classroom today. The demo I had this morning would not be sufficient enough for me. I would need to now go play with the equipment that I have so that I can feel confident that when the first day of live streaming happens, I know how to I know how to make that happen in my classroom. Teachers need time to think through, talk it over with the building leadership. This is not a one-size-fits-all model. What live streaming looks like in kindergarten is going to be very, very different from what it looks like at the high school. Teachers at each of the schools, each grade, will have input into what live streaming, incorporating live streaming into our existing hybrid model looks like. But it will not look like in the kindergarten that kindergartners log on at 9 o'clock and they log off at 3:20. That's not what it's going to look like. I can guarantee that it's not going to look like that. Even though you haven't yet approved the MOA and I haven't yet described for everybody what we're talking about here and timeline for implementing a live streaming model. I needed to move on this so that I could give parents as much notice as I could about a change to the calendar. And I wanted to map out the change for the entire year. And I realized that for some families, they feel like they're caught short for next week. And I realized for some families, they feel that they're caught short even for the week that we return from the break. However, conditions around public health metric could dictate that I need to be in a remote model the week after the Christmas break anyway, or 2 weeks after the Christmas break. That's a possibility at any time, given changing conditions day to day. So while I appreciate and understand the frustration of parents feeling like they got caught short, I really could not share publicly our thoughts and plans and the details around why we're making these changes to the calendar before the union had their chance to allow their membership to vote. And they have a timeline that they have to follow and protocols they have to follow. So it's not as simple as, okay, we all agree, let's have a vote tomorrow. They have protocols that have to be followed. And again, if I could have released the information around the change in these calendar dates and a little bit more information about live streaming yesterday, 2 days ago, last week, I absolutely would have. I don't like, and I know that the members of the committee don't like when parents don't have enough lead time for changes. But unfortunately, the timeline is such that with multiple competing factors and protocols and rules that have to be followed, I communicated the information as soon as I could. And I understand that, you know, an hour prior is not great. But it is what it is. So let me just explain that we want teachers at the high school to begin live streaming their classes the week of January 11th. The 11th is a Monday, it's a full remote Monday. We are not changing the Monday schedule. Mondays stay exactly as they are for the rest of the year. We're talking about the Tuesday through Friday. The Tuesday, Thursday kids are still coming into school on Tuesday, Thursday. The Wednesday, Friday kids are still coming in on Wednesday, Friday. But the students who are sitting at home get to see the same lesson at the same time with the kids that are in the seat. Teachers are professionals. They will learn the strategies necessary to engage students in the chair and on the screen. Is that going to be day one? No. But they are professionals and they will develop these strategies. They are also professionals and they can chunk their class period in a way that brings all kids together for a bit and then sends them off to work on something off screen for a bit and then back together again to close out class. I have high level of confidence that our teachers are capable of doing this and doing it well, quite frankly. We've had lots of good feedback coming in about the 8th grade pilot. I know that it's a lot. You have to understand, our teachers were thrown into an extraordinarily stressful and overwhelming experience last March that did not relent until June when school let out. And even through the summer, they were not able to relax and, you know, become rejuvenated to start a new school year because there were still too many unknowns. What is the state going to demand that we do? What is this going to look like in my school? How is this going to work for me? I don't know if I can manage to do that. There was a lot of worry and concern constant for them all summer long. I don't think any of us thought, given all of the talk about cold and flu season, compounding with the COVID virus, and we are seeing it. We are seeing it. There is an uptick in numbers. Quite frankly, it's a testament to the protocols that we put in place, the fact that the kids have been so great about following the protocols, and that our staff have been so great about following the protocols, that we are still in session, in hybrid, kids coming to school every day. I don't know too many other districts that have been able to open in hybrid and stay open. We're talking about adding a tool, live streaming, that will allow us to pick up the pace of our instruction. There isn't going to be that lag day. I teach my cohort A, and tomorrow I'm going to teach my cohort B the same thing. They aren't going to be prepping for the kids that are in front of them and prepping something different from the kids who are not in front of them, and pulling together materials for a student who's quarantined for 2 weeks. They are under an extraordinary demand right now. The staff are exhausted. They are pouring their heart and soul to give the best they can every single day for the kids. And quite frankly, in conversations I've had with staff, some of our staff are feeling like they're not doing enough. They're doing their very best every single day. I believe that in the long run, live streaming will alleviate some of their prep load. They will find ways to engage all of the kids. It will be great for the kids to be able to see each other again, because again, they're only limited to seeing a subset of their peers every day on campus. It'd be great to have them back together and engaging in dialogue, academic dialogue again. Is it going to be perfect? No. We are committed to weekly check-ins with staff as to how it's going and what they need in order for it to be better. We are still going to do our surveys of students, staff, and families every month and bring you the results every month. Every month. But please understand that this is also partly in response to new regulations from the state, and they want them implemented in January. Our plan, our proposal is for, the younger grades to start live streaming. Whatever live streaming looks like that's appropriate developmentally at that grade, the first day of Q3. But because our teachers at the high school level have had some experience, we feel that the core academic classes can begin live streaming at the high school Tuesday, January 12th. Now, if they're starting on the 12th, they need time to prepare, which is why the week of January 4th, the Tuesday through Friday, we're proposing a half-day schedule. The kiddos come to campus like they would on their A or B cohort days. They are released early. They have assignments they have to complete online later in the afternoon when they go home. But in the afternoon, the teachers will have time to prep and plan to implement live streaming at the high school level the very next week. Teachers are going to need to shift their planning for a short week, a half-day week. I'm sure nobody expects or wants our teachers to spend time over the break making adjustments to their timeline, their pacing, what they're going to be able to cover, what will be live instruction, what will be posted online instruction. We don't want our teachers prepping all of that over the break. I feel strongly that our teachers, they have to have the downtime. It's absolutely necessary in my mind. They need to unplug, disconnect, and enjoy some downtime, whatever that looks like for them. Time with family, time watching movie marathons, whatever will give them that break to refuel a little bit. So in order for them not to spend time during the break prepping for a modified schedule that first week in January so that teachers at the high school can start live streaming the next week, we're proposing half days on Tuesday and Wednesday next week. The reason that I'm not proposing it as students come to campus for the morning and go home is because there have been an increased number of questions, concerns from parents. I've gotten some inquiries direct. Principals are getting inquiries around parents not feeling comfortable given the recent increase in cases and the town being red and the cases across the state climbing. They are becoming more and more anxious about the possible exposure in coming to school. I know I have families that are worried about it, worried that their kids are coming to school and they might be exposed. And they don't want them exposed before the holiday. So rather than a half-day model where kids and teachers physically come to the campus, we're proposing the half-day model that is the Monday schedule, where students and staff work remotely. To fine-tune any of the plans, preparations they have to be ready for January 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, so that our high school teachers can start live streaming on the 12th, and our other teachers, K-8, no live streaming at pre-K. We've discussed that. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense right now. But everybody else will have another couple of weeks, again, to fine-tune and get ready to incorporate live streaming into the hybrid model that we are currently running in order to provide additional hours of direct instruction to students. In order for them to do that, they need the time to prepare. So we've talked about why the model for the next week. We've talked about why the model for the first week we return in January. The additional days are strategically placed throughout the rest of the year. And if you look at, and it's posted on the website, if you look at a color-coded layout of this added time, coupled with the existing days, the full day that we've already scheduled for PD, the Monday after February break, the Monday after April break, you can see that it's about 2 to 3 weeks. Every 2 to 3 weeks, there's an added chunk of time that teachers will have to collaborate, prep, plan, engage in professional development. Some of that professional development, largely we envision, is an opportunity for them to engage in dialogue with each other and share best practice. What they're learning works well in a live streaming model. Again, this is not the timeline I would have preferred to present all of this. It is not optimal, but there are outside competing factors that I do not have control over, that I have to honor. And that's why it's laying out this way. You will not be voting tonight to approve live streaming. You will be voting tonight to approve the recommended changes to the calendar that the teachers have agreed would be a significant help to them in live streaming. And they are all potentially going to have to live stream because they all could potentially, at some point, have a student or more than one student on quarantine. They have to teach this way already. This would give them the support they need to prep and plan to do it well and be ready to have a successful transition to teaching all the kids this way. So 2 added days in March, would be done on an early release. The kids would come into the campus, go home, do some online learning in the afternoon. Teachers have time to prep. So that's March 9th and March 31st. And then we also added 2 dates in May. The 28th, which is a Friday, the Friday before Memorial Day weekend, and the 13th. So if you look at the 4 additional early release PD days that we're putting on the table, again, it's a full day of learning for the kids. It's only a half day on the campus. You'll see that one of those days is a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, and a Friday, to make sure that between the cohorts, there's a balanced number of short days on campus for each cohort.
Dr.
We are
Burnham,
not moving the Mondays, and we're not moving that half day, June 15th.
can you clarify what those days in May, in March and May, what the focus will be? Because obviously things will be well in swing, with live streaming.
Right. So the teachers will tell you that right now, and you've seen it in the surveys that come back, the first 2 surveys that went out, overwhelmingly, the thing that they say they need to assist with managing their stress levels and just, to be able to teach well is additional prep time. Additional prep time. This is not a typical model. Hybrid is not a typical model. Live streaming is not a typical model. This is all new for teachers. They have to prep and plan. They are not relying on their files where they go back and say, oh, yep, the first week in October last year, I taught these things, so pull them out of the file and get them prepared. They are preparing everything practically from scratch. They have to make adjustments constantly. They need the added time. They are going to need the added time even into the spring.
Thank you.
Again, I'll reiterate, this is not ideal for anyone. Not for anyone. This is not what teachers would choose. This is not what parents would choose. We fully recognize that. This is not what we would prefer to be doing. We would prefer to have all of our students back in our classrooms and able to engage without social distance and masks and everything else. We really would love to be able to return to a typical school model. But this is not typical and it's not ideal. No matter how hard we work at it, it's not going to ever be perfect this year. But people are giving it their all every day.
Committee members, are there questions? Ms. Shapiro?
I just have more of a comment. So being a student during the pandemic myself and taking both synchronous and asynchronous virtual classes has given me the opportunity to experience the difference between the two firsthand. And in my experience, it's night and day. The value of synchronous virtual learning is astronomical, and I think that's what our students deserve. And that being said, surveys and public comment have proven that our teachers are beyond overwhelmed right now. And while I understand the frustration with the short notice for this calendar change. I think if this is what the teachers need to successfully implement this plan, and I truly believe that it is, we should give it our full support.
Any other comments? Mr. Leighton?
Yeah, I just had a few comments. I would agree with Ms. Shapiro. I want to thank the superintendent too for an in-depth, detailed reasoning and also clarifying the timeline. I think that helps a lot. As a parent, I can agree with Mr. Kibbe and Mr. Pommier that it is frustrating and it is a stressful time. But as a school committee member, I realize that obviously it's a complex issue and it's very dynamic. But that live streaming is important and it'll give the students, the majority of the students, a better experience and a better education. A few other comments. It's great to hear from the public, and I think this is one of those unfortunate situations where we're elected officials and we have to make those tough, difficult decisions. And if we don't do the schedule change, I feel like going into January with the Department of Education forcing this upon us, we're not going to be prepared, and we need to make sure that we're prepared so we give the students the best experience they possibly can have. And if we're going to do it, we're going to do it the right way and have staff trained and be prepared with the PD. And I would just add too that both sides of the negotiation table understood this, and that's why they agreed to this. I just want to thank both sides, the LEA, Ms. Archambault, and the rest of the negotiation team for putting in the work to get this done in a timely manner. And we need to have this prepared for January so that we're ready to go. So that's why I would agree that we should make this change.
Agreed on all accounts. The other piece of this I did want to, it does feel last minute, as we said, and Dr. Burnham, everything you pointed out regarding from the beginning.
We seem to have lost her, but she's not gone from the screen. I just sent her a message to see. Maybe she could hop out and come back in.
There we go. Wendy, you're on mute.
My apologies. I am definitely having tech issues tonight. I only wanted to say, hopefully families, even with the shorter notice, it for students, for our students who are on campus every day, it obviously is a larger change, but for other students, it is a 1 day of change, because as Mondays are staying as is, and they would have a completely remote day on either the Tuesday or Wednesday. This isn't a situation that will suit everyone. It's just, as pandemic learning is not, there are students thriving in all, in each of whether it be hybrid or remote, and there are students who are not in both, in both respects. So I think that giving our teachers what they need, what they have said they need to be successful in this endeavor, and continuing that so that we can continue to monitor it, because a lot of a lot of the feedback we've gotten in our first 2 surveys, and as a district to have already presented twice with feedback, is fairly significant. And looking at that as well as first quarter grades, I know that those factored in. There were some definite changes, and not in a positive way, regarding student grades at the middle school and the high school level. So that was, another consideration in all of this, to look at the fact that exactly how we were doing it wasn't working. So this is, while not ideal, as you said, I feel like it is the best way for us to give teachers what they need in order to be successful. So, committee, if there are other comments, if not, I would entertain a motion. Ms. Shapiro?
This is Sophie Shapiro, and I move to approve the school calendar changes as presented.
And is there a second? Mr. Leighton?
This is Brian Leighton, and I second the motion.
I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Ms. Shapiro,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Leighton,
Yes.
Mrs. Archambault,
Yes.
and Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes.
Thank you all. And again, my apologies to the parents for relatively short notice. It's not ideal, but it is necessary. So I thank them for their understanding.
We are moving on to third read policies. So these are policies that now, this is their third meeting. Where we've had them on the agenda. It's also been posted on our school committee page. Have we had any additional feedback just before?
No.
So we've had no feedback at all. Okay. Public feedback. So tonight in our third read, we actually will read all 12 of these policies. So we have assigned those. So we'll just for ease of reading. So we'll begin with policy 4111.01, which is Title IX policy employee. I believe, is that you, Carol?
That is me. The policy is under personnel 4,000, all employees 4,100, sexual harassment policy 4111, Title IX sexual harassment policy 4111.01. It is the policy of the Lunenburg Public Schools, the district, to maintain an environment that is free from all forms of discrimination and harassment, including all forms of sex-based harassment. The district does not discriminate on the basis of sex in any of its educational programs or activities. The district is required by Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, 20 USC Section 1681, and its regulations 34 CFR Section 106.8, not to discriminate in such a manner. This requirement not to discriminate extends to admission and employment. Inquiries regarding Title IX and its regulations should be addressed to the district's Title IX coordinator. Retaliation against individuals who file complaints of alleged sexual harassment or those who participate or assist in the investigation of complaints is expressly prohibited. A, application of policy. While the district prohibits all forms of sex-based harassment, the purpose of this policy is to address, and only to address, sexual harassment as defined in Title IX and Section B below, that occurs within the educational programs and activities of the district against a person in the United States, and to outline a grievance process for the investigation and determination of responsibility when a formal complaint of sexual harassment has been made. While the district must respond to all reports of sexual harassment, the Title IX grievance process is only initiated when a formal written complaint requesting an investigation is filed. The district will address other harassing conduct that does not meet the Title IX definition of sexual harassment in an appropriate manner in accordance with the other district policies, 5402, 5800, 4106, 4111. This policy shall apply to all students, employees, and any third party who contracts with the district to provide services to district students or employees on district property or during any school program or activity. The respondent must be a member of the district's community for its policies to apply. Volunteers and visitors who engage in sexual harassment will be instructed to leave the school property or report it to law enforcement. A third party under the control or supervision of the district will be subject to termination of contracts or agreements, restricted access to school property, or other consequences as appropriate. B, sexual harassment. It shall be a violation of this policy for any student or employee of the district to engage in sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is defined as conduct on the basis of sex that satisfies one or more of the following criteria. 1, a district employee conditioning the provision of an aid, benefit, or service on an individual's participation in unwelcome sexual conduct, i.e. quid pro quo sexual harassment. 2, unwelcome sex-based related conduct determined by a reasonable person to be so severe, pervasive, and objectionably offensive that it is effectively denies a person equal access to the district's educational program or activity, or any instance of sexual assault as defined in 20 U.S.C. section 1092 F6AV, the Clery Act, or dating violence, domestic violence, or stalking as defined in the Violence Against Women Act, VAWA. Any student or employee who believes that he or she has been exposed to sexual harassment or retaliation should immediately report the conduct to the district's Title IX coordinator. The context of behavior can make a difference between conduct falling within the definition of sexual harassment under Title IX and conduct of a sexual nature that is offensive or hostile in itself, but it does not meet the criteria to qualify as sexual harassment under Title IX. District policies prohibit both, but for purposes of its Title IX obligations, the district must address reports or complaints of conduct which may constitute sexual harassment as defined above under this specific limited scope policy Title IX grievance process. Unless stated otherwise, all references to sexual harassment in this policy means sexual harassment that meets the above definition. Conduct that satisfies this definition is not sexual harassment for purposes of this policy if the conduct occurred 1, outside the United States, or 2, under circumstances in which the district did not have substantial control over both the harasser, respondent, and the context in which the harassment occurred. Title IX protections extend to all programs and/or activities, whether on or off campus. C, reports and formal complaints. Any student or employee has the right to report misconduct or file a formal complaint alleging sexual harassment or retaliation to the district's Title IX coordinator. The district has adopted a grievance process to address all reports and formal complaints. The grievance process. 1, treats complainants and respondents equitably. 2, requires an objective evaluation of all relative evidence. 3, assures that all Title IX coordinators or deputy coordinators investigate decision makers and individuals providing supportive measures or designated to facilitate an informed resolution process are properly trained and do not have a conflict of interest or bias. 4, presumes that the respondent is not responsible for the alleged conduct until the process has been completed and a determination of responsibility is made. 5, provides for reasonably prompt timeframes for the conclusion of the grievance process. 6, describes the range of possible disciplinary or corrective measures and remedies possible following a determination of responsibility. 7, adopts the preponderance of the evidence standard for complaints against both students and employees. 8, provides an appeals process. 9, includes a range of supportive measures that are available whether or not a formal complaint is filed and which are available for both the complainant and respondent. 10, does not require, allow, rely upon, or otherwise take into account questions or evidence that constitutes or seeks the disclosure of information that is protected under a legally recognized privilege unless that privilege has been specifically waived. The Title IX grievance process and complaint form are available on the district's website. Copies may also be obtained by the from the Title IX coordinator. D, Title IX coordinator. The district shall specifically designate and authorize at least one district employee as its Title IX coordinator. The Title IX coordinator shall respond promptly to all general reports as well as formal complaints of sexual harassment and coordinate the district's response in a manner that is prompt and equitable. The content information for the Title IX coordinator shall be made readily available in district materials and on the district's website. In the event the Title IX coordinator is unavailable, including unavailable due to a conflict of interest, the superintendent shall designate another individual with appropriate training and qualifications to serve as the Title IX coordinator in that case. Where the Title IX coordinator is the alleged respondent, the report or formal complaint may be made directly to the superintendent, who shall act as the Title IX coordinator or appoint another individual to perform such function. Inquiries may also be made externally to the Office for Civil Rights, OCR, Boston office, U.S. Department of Education, 5 Post Office Square, 8th floor, Boston, Mass. 02109-3921. Telephone 617-289-0111. Facsimile 617-289-0150. Email ocr.boston@ed.gov. Web http://www.ed.gov/OCT. E, training. All district employees shall receive regular training relative to mandatory reporting obligations and any other responsibilities they may have relative to this policy. Title IX coordinators, investigators, decision makers, and any person who facilitates an informal resolution process must receive training on the definition of sexual harassment, this policy, the scope of the district's education programs or activity, and how to conduct an investigation, including the requirements of the reporting and the Title IX grievance process, including hearings, if applicable, appeals, and information resolution processes. The training must also include avoiding prejudgment of the facts, conflicts of interest, and bias. Materials used to train Title IX team members must be made available to the public. F, confidentiality. The district will respect the confidentiality of the complainant, and the respondent as much as possible. However, some information may need to be disclosed to appropriate individuals or authorities. All disclosures shall be consistent with the district's legal obligations and the necessity to investigate allegations of harassment and take disciplinary actions. G, retaliation prohibited. Retaliation against any person who makes a report or complaint, or against any person who assists, participates, or refuses to participate in any investigation of an act alleged in this policy is prohibited. Actions taken in response to materially false statements made in bad faith or to submitting materially false information in bad faith as part of a report or during the Title IX grievance process do not constitute retaliation. A finding of responsibility alone is insufficient to conclude that a person made a materially false statement in bad faith. H, conflict of interest. No person designated as a Title IX coordinator, investigator, decision maker, or person designated by the district to facilitate an informal grievance process may have a conflict of interest or bias for or against complainants or respondents generally, or as an individual complainant or respondent. I, public notice and dissemination of policy. The district shall include in all student and employee handbooks the contact information for the Title IX coordinator, information on where to find and how to access the district's grievance procedures and grievance process, and a statement that the district does not discriminate on the basis of sex in the education program or activities that it operates, and that it is required by Title IX not to discriminate in such a matter. In addition, the district will publish and make available online the district's Title IX grievance complaint process, information on how to file a complaint of sexual harassment, information on how the district will respond to such a complaint, and a statement that Title IX inquiries may be referred to the Title IX coordinator. Cross-reference Students and Instruction 5801.03.
All right. Next policy is 5101.01, and that is student absences and excuses. It's in section 5000, students and instruction, under attendance, section 5100. Regular and punctual school attendance is essential for success in school. The committee recognizes that parents and guardians of children attending our schools have special rights as well as responsibilities, one of which is to ensure that their children attend school regularly in accordance with state law. Therefore, students may be excused temporarily from school attendance for the following reasons: illness or quarantine, bereavement or serious illness in family, whether so inclement as to endanger the health of the child, and observance of major religious holidays. A child may also be excused for other exceptional reasons with approval of the principal or designee. A student's understanding of the importance of day-to-day schoolwork is an important factor in the shaping of his character. Parents and guardians can help their children by not allowing them to miss school needlessly. Accordingly, parents and guardians will provide a written explanation for the absence or tardiness of a child. This will be required in advance for types of absences where advance notice is possible. In instances of chronic or irregular absence, reportedly due to illness, the school administration may request a physician statement certifying such absences to be justified. Student absence notification program. Each principal or designee will notify a student's parent or guardian within 3 days of the student's absence in the event that the parent or guardian has not informed the school of the absence. Each principal or designee shall make a reasonable effort to meet with any student and that student's parent or guardian who has missed 5 or more unexcused school days. A school day shall be equal to 2 or more class periods in the same day in a school year. The meeting shall be to develop action steps to improve student attendance and shall be developed jointly by the principal or designee, the student, and the student's parent or guardian. The parties may seek input from other relevant school staff and or officials from relevant public safety, health and human services, housing, and nonprofit agencies. Dropout prevention. A student who has not graduated from high school and has been absent from school for 10 or more consecutive days of unexcused absence shall not be considered permanently removed from school unless the principal has sent notice to the student and that student's parent or guardian. The notice shall be sent within 5 days of the 10th consecutive day of absence and shall offer at least 2 dates and times within the next 10 days for an exit interview with the superintendent or designee, the student, and the student's parent or guardian. The notice shall be in both English and the primary language of the home. If applicable, the notice shall include contact information for scheduling the exit interview and shall indicate the parties shall reach an agreement on the date or time of the interview within 10 days of the time frame. The time frame may be extended at the request of the parent or guardian and shall not exceed 14 days. The superintendent or designee may proceed with any interview without a parent or guardian present, provided the superintendent has documented a good faith effort to include the parent or guardian. The superintendent or designee shall convene a team of school staff to participate in the exit interview and shall provide information to the student and, if applicable, the student's parent or guardian on the detrimental effects of early withdrawal from school and the alternative education programs and services available to the student. Source, MASC, February 2019. Legal references, MGL 76-1, 76-1B, 76-16, 76-18, and 76-20. Next policy is 5102, the enrollment policy.
Students in instruction, 5,000. Attendance, 5,100. Enrollment policy, Lunenburg residents, 5102. Number 1, a child who is of school age who resides in the town of Lunenburg may attend Lunenburg Public Schools. 2, a child must be 5 years of age before September 1st of the year in which he or she enrolls, before he or she is eligible to enter kindergarten. 3, a child must be 6 years of age before September 1st of the year in which he or she enrolls, before he or she is eligible to enter first grade. Initial admission of children to the first grade or other grades will involve a consideration of both chronological age and the readiness of the children to do the work of those grades. 4, a child enrolling in Lunenburg Public Schools who has successfully completed a certified kindergarten program that meets the state requirements and mandates of an accredited kindergarten program from another community can be registered into first grade regardless of the age requirement as stated in number 3. In addition, any child who moves into Lunenburg and is currently enrolled in a certified kindergarten program will be allowed to enroll in the Lunenburg kindergarten program even if he or she does not meet the age requirements. 5, in accordance with state laws, the maximum age for compulsory school age is age 16. 6, under Chapter 766, the public schools have a responsibility to provide educational services for a special needs student from age 3 to his or her 22nd birthday or until graduation from high school, whichever comes first.
All right. Our next policy is 5105.04, school calendar.
Students and instruction, 5,000. Attendance, 5,100. School session, 5105. School calendar, 5105.04. School day, the hours during which the school will be open and classes held will be determined by the superintendent in keeping with the Education Reform Act of 1993 and the time and learning regulations contained therein. The length of the school day is established in the collective bargaining agreements with the various school unions. The specific opening and closing times of the schools will be recommended by the superintendent and set by the committee. The superintendent is authorized to make minor changes in opening and closing times to simplify transportation scheduling. However, major changes in schedules will be subject to committee approval. Parents and guardians will be informed of the opening and closing times set by the committee to help ensure the safety of all children. Parents and guardians will also be notified that students will not be admitted into the school building until the start of the official day, unless circumstances require earlier admittance. Source MASC, April 2019. Legal references MGL 15 1G 69 1G 71 59 603 CMR 27. School year. The public school calendar for the ensuing year will be prepared by the superintendent and submitted to the school committee for approval annually. The number of days or instructional hours scheduled for the school year will be determined in accordance with the standards set by the Massachusetts Board of Education. 1. Elementary school will operate for a minimum of 180 days. Schools shall ensure that every elementary school student is scheduled to receive a minimum of 900 hours per school year of structured learning time as defined in regulation. Time which a student spends at school breakfast and lunch, passing between classes, in homeroom, at recess, and non-directed study periods, receiving school services, and participating in optional school programs shall not count toward meeting the minimum structured learning time requirement for that student. 2. Secondary schools will operate for a minimum of 180 days. Schools shall ensure that every secondary school student is scheduled to receive a minimum of 990 hours per school year of structured learning time as defined in regulation. Time which a student spends at school breakfast and lunch, passing between classes, in homeroom, at recess, in non-directed study periods, receiving school services, and participating in optional school programs shall not count toward meeting the minimum structured learning time requirement for that student. 3. For the information of staff, students, parents, and guardians, the calendar will set forth the days school will be in session, holidays and vacation periods, in-service days, and parent conferences. Source MASC, April 2019. Legal references MGL 47, 69 1G, 71 1, 71 4, 71 4A, 71 73, 136 12, 603 CMR 27. The calendar will be developed consistent with the following guidelines developed by the calendar committee in 2015. 1. Students must complete 180 days of school. 5 snow days must be accounted for in the school calendar. Students must make up all snow days no later than June 30th. The school committee shall schedule a school year, which includes at least 185 school days for each school in the district. 2. A school week shall consist a minimum of 2.5 one-half day instructional days. Every attempt should be made to maintain as many 5-day weeks as possible to maximize continuity of instruction. 3. Early release for seniors shall be no more than 12 school days before the regular scheduled closing date of that school to maximize learning time offered to graduating seniors and to minimize the disruption of instruction provided to other students. For the information of staff, students, and parents, the calendar will set forth the days schools will be in session, as well as holidays and vacation periods. 1. School shall start the week before Labor Day and be comprised of a minimum of 3-day week for students, Tuesday to Thursday. 2. The following observed days there shall be no school: Labor Day, Columbus Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving, December 25th, New Year's Day, Martin Luther King Day, President's Day, Patriots Day, Memorial Day. 3. Thanksgiving break shall be a half day on Wednesday, Thanksgiving Day, and Friday. 4. Winter vacations shall encompass December 24th to January 1st. The school committee may choose to take the 23rd of December as a no school day if the winter break results in a singular day school week. 5. A February vacation shall be the week of President's Day. 6. April vacation shall be the week of Patriots Day. 7. Professional development shall be scheduled in accordance with the LEA agreement. Legal reference 603 CMR 27, MGL 69, S1G, ST 1993, Chapter 71, Section 29, revised and approved 11/16/17.
(5201) Organization of instruction.
Students and instruction 5,000, instructional program 5,200, organization of instruction 5,201. The school committee is responsible for public education, preschool through grade 12 in the district. It assumes responsibility for adult education and summer school. Courses at Lunenburg Public Schools are designed to facilitate the philosophy of educating every student, each to their fullest potential. to present a robust program appropriate for students at all levels of ability to comply with time on learning regulation. The student's selection of courses is exceptionally important in providing them with the best educational program available at the secondary level. The currently approved organization of instruction provides for schools to be organized into primary, elementary, middle, and senior high levels. Certain exceptions to this general rule may be made with the approval of the school committee. Special education services are integrated across each grade level in all schools. The organization is designed to meet the standards established by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's curriculum frameworks by time and learning regulations, and in order to serve the needs of all students. Cross-references ICICA school year, school calendar, legal references 603 CMR 27, source MASC April 2019, revised December 2nd, 2004, revised March 14th, 2017.
And 5213, student records. Actually,
I want to say it was 52.
did I skip 52? Sorry, 5201.01.
Right, students in instruction, 5,000, instructional program, 5,200, organization of instruction, 5201, curriculum and instruction, 5201.01. The school committee believes that materials appropriate to the needs of the school program must be available to each student and teacher. These will be furnished by the school committee subject to budgetary constraints. The task of selecting instructional materials for programs will be delegated to the professional staff of the school system. The committee expects the faculty and administration to regularly evaluate the education program and to recommend modifications of practice, changes in curriculum content, and the addition or deletion of courses to the instructional program. The superintendent will have authority to approve new programs and courses of studies after they have been thoroughly studied and found to support educational goals. The committee itself will consider and officially adopt new programs and courses when they constitute an extensive alteration in instructional content or approach. The committee wishes to be informed of all new courses and substantive revisions in curriculum. It will receive reports on changes under consideration. Its acceptance of these reports, including a listing of the high school program of studies, will constitute its adoption of the curriculum for official purposes. Because instructional programs and materials are of great importance, only those that meet the following criteria will be approved by the committee. 1, they must present fact-based views on international, national, and local issues and problems of the past, present, and future. 2, they must provide materials that stimulate growth in factual knowledge, literary appreciation, aesthetic, and ethical values. 3, they must help students develop abilities in critical reading and thinking. 4, they must develop and foster an appreciation of cultural diversity and development in the United States and throughout the world. 5, they must provide for all students an effective basic education that does not discriminate on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, gender identity, age, sexual orientation, ancestry, athletic performance, physical handicap, special need, academic performance or proficiency in the English language, or pregnancy-related conditions. 6, they must allow sufficient flexibility for meeting the special needs of individual students and groups of students. Source MASC, legal references MGL 7148, 7149, 7150, 69-1E, BESE Regulation 603 CMR 2605, revised December 2nd, 2004, updated and approved November 7th, 2012 and March 25th, 2020.
5201.02.
Students and instruction, 5,000. Instructional program, 5,200. Organization of instruction, 5201. Curriculum adoption, 5201.02. The school committee will rely on the professional staff to design and implement instructional programs and courses of study that will forward the educational goals of the school district. The superintendent will have authority to approve new programs and courses of study after they have been thoroughly studied and found to support educational goals. The committee itself will consider and officially adopt new programs and courses when they constitute an extensive alteration in instructional content or approach. The committee wishes to be informed of all new courses and substantive revisions in curriculum. It will receive reports on changes under consideration. Its acceptance of these reports, including a list of the high school program of studies, will constitute its adoption of the curriculum for official purposes. Source MASC, April 2019. Legal reference MGL 151G 711 69-1E.
Now 5213, student records.
Students and instruction, 5,000, instructional program, 5,200, student records, 5,213. State law provides that the schools must furnish any student or former student with a transcript of his or her record as a student, the original to be furnished without charge and copies furnished at limited charges established by the law. These records are maintained in the best interest of the student and with a concern for the school's right to collect certain information in order to carry out the educational function in the best possible manner. The school department will make every effort within reason and consistent with state regulations to inform parents and students about the kinds of information collected or that will be collected and about their rights under said regulations. In order to provide students with appropriate instruction and educational services, it is necessary for the school district to maintain extensive and sometimes personal information about them and their families. It is essential that pertinent information in these records be readily available to appropriate school personnel, be accessible to the student's parents or legal guardian and/or the student in accordance with law, and yet be guarded as confidential information. The superintendent will provide for the proper administration of student records in keeping with state and federal requirements and shall obtain a copy of the state student records regulations. The temporary record of each student will be destroyed no later than 7 years after the student transfers, graduates, or withdraws from the school district. Written notice to the eligible student and their parent guardian of the approximate date of destruction of the temporary record and their right to receive the information in whole or in part, shall be made at the time of such transfer, graduation, or withdrawal. The student's transcripts may only be destroyed 60 years following their graduation, transfer, or withdrawal from the school district. The committee wishes to make clear that all individual student records of the school district are confidential. This extends to giving out individual addresses and telephone numbers. Legal references, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act of 1974, PL 93 to 380, amended, PL 103 to 382, 1994, MGL 6610, 7134, A, B, D, E, H, 603 CMR 23.00. Note, for further pertinent information, refer to the appropriate student handbooks in MGL Chapter 71, Section 34E, reviewed December 2nd, 2004.
5221, co-curricular and extracurricular programs.
Students and instruction, 5,000, instructional program, 5,200, co-curricular and extracurricular programs, 5,221. Student organizations. Student organizations in the district shall be encouraged when they meet the criteria of contributing to student self-esteem and performance and should operate within the framework of state statutes, school committee policies, and administrative procedures. Each building principal shall develop general guidelines for the establishment and operation of student organizations within the particular school. Among other provisions, such guidelines shall require the approval of the principal prior to the formation of any club or organization in the school and the assignment of at least one faculty or designed adult advisor to each approved student organization. Within such guidelines will be provisions for a periodic review of all student organizations. The formation of any student organization that may engage in activities of a controversial nature shall require approval by the principal and superintendent. All student organizations shall be required to open membership to all interested and/or eligible students. Disruptive groups, secret societies, and/or gangs shall not receive recognition in any manner under this policy. All forms of hazing and initiation shall be prohibited in a student organization. No initiation shall be held for a student organization which will bring criticism to the school district or be degrading to the student. The faculty or designated adult advisor must attend every meeting of the student organization, whether conducted on school premises or at another location. Student organizations, high schools. In addition to the above requirements, all clubs or organizations at the high school level will relate to the subject matter covered by the curriculum. The principal is responsible for determining that the purpose of a student organization is related to the curriculum. The principal is authorized to deny requests by unauthorized student organizations desiring to meet or form in a particular school. The principal shall inform the group of the reasons for the denial. The students and/or group may submit a written request to the appropriate district administrator for review of the principal's decision. Source: MASC, February 2019. Cross-reference: JICF, Gang Activities, Secret Societies. Legal reference: 603 CMR 26.00. The school committee endorses the following guidelines. In each student activity must lie the contribution it can make to the learning and development of youth. The student activity program must be continually updated. It must adjust to the needs and interests of students in the same way as the academic program. Participation should be equally available to all students. Revised December 2nd, 2004.
5402, alcohol, tobacco, and drug use by students prohibited.
Wendy, I had a question on this before I read it. When you go to that article, it says 5403.
It does.
So
It might very well just be a typo on
the agenda.
Okay,
agenda.
so it's 5403.
Yes.
Okay. Students in instruction, 5,000. Student conduct, 5,400. Alcohol, tobacco, and drug use by students prohibited, 5,403. The school committee prohibits the use or consumption by students of alcohol, tobacco products, or drugs on school property or at any school function. A student shall not, regardless of the quantity, use or consume, possess, buy or sell, or give away any beverage containing alcohol, any tobacco product, including but not limited to cigarettes, cigars, little cigars, chewing tobacco, pipe tobacco, and snuff, and electronic cigarettes, electronic cigars, electronic pipes, or other similar products that rely on vaporization or aerosolization, steroids, or any controlled substance. Additionally, any student who is under the influence of drugs or alcoholic beverages prior to or during attendance at or participation in a school-sponsored activity will be barred from that activity and may be subject to disciplinary action. Verbal screening. The school district shall utilize, in accordance with law, a verbal screening tool approved by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education to screen students for substance abuse disorders. The tool shall be administered by trained staff on an annual basis at grades 7 and 9. Parents and guardians shall be notified prior to the opening of school each year. Parents and guardians shall have the right to opt out of the screening by written notice prior to or during the screening. All statements made by a student during the screening are confidential and shall not be disclosed except in the event of immediate medical emergency or in accordance with the law. De-identified results shall be reported to the Department of Public Health within 90 days of the completion of the screening process. This policy shall be posted on the district's website, and notice shall be provided to all students and parents of this policy in accordance with state law. Additionally, the district shall file a copy of this policy with DESC in accordance with law in the matter requested by DESC. Source: MASC, March 2016, file JICH, legal references MGL 712A, 7196, 37240A, cross references IHAMB, teaching about alcohol, tobacco, and drugs, GB, drug-free workplace policy, reviewed June 15, 2005, updated and approved May 3rd, 2017, updated and approved March 25th, 2020.
Policy 5801.03, Title IX policy, students.
Students in instruction, 5,000. Students, 5,800. Non-discrimination, 5801. Title IX sexual harassment policy, 5801.03. It is the policy of the Lunenburg Public Schools, the district, to maintain an environment that is free from all forms of discrimination and harassment, including all forms of sex-based harassment. The district does not discriminate on the basis of sex in any of the educational programs or activities. The district is required by Title IX of the Education Amendment of 1972, 20 USC Section 1681, and its regulations, 34 CFR Section 106.8, not to discriminate in such a manner This requirement not to discriminate extends to admission and employment. Inquiries regarding Title IX and its regulations should be addressed to the district's Title IX coordinator. Retaliations against individuals who file complaints of alleged sexual harassment or those who participate or assist in the investigation of complaints is expressly prohibited. A, application of policy. While the district prohibits all forms of sex-based harassment, the purpose of this policy is to address and only address sexual harassment as defined in Title IX and Section B below that occurs within the educational programs and activities of the district against a person in the United States, and to outline a grievance process for investigation and determination of responsibility when a formal complaint of sexual harassment has been made. While the district must respond to all reports of sexual harassment, the Title IX grievance process is only initiated when a formal written complaint requesting an investigation is filed. The district will address other harassing conduct that does not meet the Title IX definition of sexual harassment in an appropriate manner in accordance with other district policies, 5402, 5800, 4106, 4111. This policy shall apply to all students, employees, and any third party who contracts with the district to provide services to district students or employees on district policy or during any school program or activity. The respondent must be a member of the district's community for its policies to apply. Volunteers and visitors who engage in sexual harassment will be instructed to leave school property or reported to law enforcement. A third party under the control or supervision of the district will be subject to termination of contracts or agreements, restricted access to school property, or other consequence as appropriate. B, sexual harassment. It shall be a violation of this policy for any student or employee of the district to engage in sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is defined as conduct on the basis of sex that satisfies one or more of the following criteria. 1, a district employee conditioning the provision of an aid, benefit, or service on an individual's participation in unwelcome sexual conduct, i.e. quid pro quo sexual harassment. 2, unwelcome sex-based related conduct determined by a reasonable person to be so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it effectively denies a person equal access to the district's educational programs or activities. Or any instance of sexual assault is defined in 20 USC section 1092 F6AV, the Clery Act, or dating violence, domestic violence, or stalking as defined in the Violence Against Women Act, VAWA. Any student or employee who believes that he or she has been exposed to sexual harassment or retaliation should immediately report the conduct to the district's Title IX coordinator. The context of behavior can make a difference between conduct falling within the definition of sexual harassment under Title IX and conduct of a sexual nature that is offensive or hostile in itself, but does not meet the criteria to qualify as sexual harassment under Title IX. District policies prohibit both, but for the purposes of its Title IX obligations, the district must address reports or complaints of conduct which may constitute sexual harassment as defined above under this specific limited scope policy and Title IX grievance process. Unless stated otherwise, all references to sexual harassment in this policy mean sexual harassment that meets the above definition. Conduct that satisfies this definition is not sexual harassment for purposes of this policy if the conduct occurred, 1, outside of the United States, or 2, under circumstances in which the district did not have substantial control over both the harasser, respondent, and the context in which the harassment occurred. Title IX protections extend to all programs and/or activities whether on or off campus. C, reports and formal complaints. Any student or employee has the right to report misconduct or file a formal complaint alleging sexual harassment or retaliation to the district's Title IX coordinator. The district has adopted a grievance process to address all reports and formal complaints. The grievance process: 1, treats complainants and respondents equitably. 2, requires an objective evaluation of all relevant evidence. 3, assures that all Title IX coordinators or deputy coordinators, investigators, decision makers, and individuals providing supportive measures or designated to facilitate an informal resolution process are properly trained and do not have a conflict of interest or bias. 4, presumes that the respondent is not responsible for the alleged conduct until the process has been completed and a determination of responsibility is made. 5, provides for reasonably prompt timelines for the conclusion of the grievance process. 6, describes the range of possible disciplinary or corrective measures and remedies possible following a determination of responsibility. 7, adopts the preponderance of the evidence standard for complaints against both students and employees. 8, provides an appeals process. 9, includes a range of support measures that are available whether or not a formal complaint is filed and which are available for both the complainant and respondent. 10, does not require, allow, rely upon, or otherwise take into account questions or evidence that constitutes or seeks the disclosure of information that is protected under a legally recognized privilege unless that privilege has been specifically waived. The Title IX grievance process and complaint form are available on the district's website. Copies may also be obtained from the Title IX coordinator. D, the Title IX coordinator. The district shall specifically designate and authorize at least one district employee as its Title IX coordinator. The Title IX coordinator shall respond promptly to all general reports as well as formal complaints of sexual harassment and coordinate the district's response in a manner that is prompt and equitable. The content information for the Title IX coordinator shall be made readily available in district materials and on the district's website. In the event the Title IX coordinator is unavailable, including unavailable due to a conflict of interest, the superintendent shall designate another individual with appropriate training and qualifications to serve as the Title IX coordinator in that case. Where the Title IX coordinator is the alleged respondent, the report or formal complaint may be made directly to the superintendent, who shall act as the Title IX coordinator or appoint another individual to perform such function. Inquiries may also be made externally to the Office for Civil Rights, OCR, Boston office, U.S. Department of Education, 5 Post Office Square, 8th floor, Boston, Mass. 02109-3921. Telephone 617-289-0111. Facsimile 617-289-0150. Email ocr.boston@ed.gov. Web http://www.ed.gov/OCR. E, training. All district employees shall receive regular training relative to mandatory reporting obligations and any other responsibilities they may have relative to this policy. Title IX coordinators, investigators, decision makers, and any person who facilitates an informal resolution process must receive training on the definition of sexual harassment, this policy, the scope of the district's education program or activity, and how to conduct an investigation, including the requirements of the reporting and the Title IX grievance process, including hearings, if applicable, appeals, and information resolution processes. The training must also include avoiding prejudgment of the facts, conflicts of interest, and bias. Materials used to train Title IX team members must be made available to the public. F, confidentiality. The district will respect the confidentiality of the complainant and the respondent as much as possible. However, some information may need to be disclosed or to appropriate individuals or authorities. All disclosures shall be consistent with the district's legal obligations and the necessity to investigate allegations of harassment and take disciplinary action. G, retaliation prohibited. Retaliation against any person who makes a report or complaint, or against any person who assists, participates, or refuses to participate in any investigation of an act alleged in this policy is prohibited. Actions taken in response to materially false statements made in bad faith or to submitting materially false information in bad faith as part of a report or during the Title IX grievance process do not constitute retaliation. A finding of responsibility alone is insufficient to conclude that a person made a materially false statement in bad faith. H, conflict of interest. No person designated as a Title IX coordinator, investigator, decision maker, or person designated by the district to facilitate an informal grievance process may have a conflict of interest or bias for or against complainants or respondents generally, or an individual complainant or respondent. I, public notice and dissemination of policy. The district shall include in all student and employee handbooks the contact information for the Title IX coordinator, information on where to find and how to access the district's grievance procedures and grievance process, and a statement that the district does not discriminate on the basis of sex in the educational program or activity that it operates, and that is required by Title IX not to discriminate in such a manner. In addition, the district will publish and make available online the district's Title IX grievance complaint process, information on how to file a complaint of sexual harassment, information on how the district will respond to such a complaint, and a statement that Title IX inquiries may be referred to the Title IX coordinator. Cross-reference, personnel, 4111.01.
Thank you. And our final policy for third reading tonight is policy 5803, complaints and grievances. It falls under section 5,000 students and instruction, 5,800 students. So policy 5803, complaints and grievances. The school committee recognizes that there may be conditions in the school district that are in need of improvement and that students should have some means by which their concerns may be effectively expressed, considered, and dealt with fairly. Such means, if well conceived and understood in advance, can do much to maintain harmonious relationships among the schools and the students and community. Every attempt will be made to seek a satisfactory solution to any concerns in a friendly and informal manner. Students and their parents and or guardians who believe that a student has received unfair treatment may bring forward their grievance through the appropriate channels. Appeals of disciplinary cases will be required to follow the district's policy on student discipline. Any applicable provisions of the Massachusetts general laws or federal law will be followed by school officials in conducting hearings. It is the right and responsibility of both school officials and students to develop a functional and orderly procedure in every school through which consideration of student problems and concerns can be discussed and resolved quickly and equitably. 1, through their student government and in dialogue with all faculty, students shall have the right to participate in recommending procedures through which discussion of student problems and concerns can be handled. 2, students shall have the right to discuss with faculty members matters of both educational and personal concern. This informal and private process should be followed in order to resolve differences and problems in a friendly and cooperative manner. 3, students shall have the right to appeal in writing matters of educational and personal concern to the principal should discussion with the staff members not resolve the issue. The right of appeal regarding educational and personal problems shall extend to the school superintendent and to the local school committee. It is the purpose of discussion and appeal procedures to provide access to appropriate school officials within a reasonable time. It is not the purpose to provide a forum through which trivialities, irresponsible actions, and non-related school issues are conveyed. It is, in this context, it is recommended, 1, that as many student problems and concerns as possible be handled through committee established by the student government organization or through direct communication with a staff member. 2, that only issues of utmost concern be brought before the full faculty for review and disposition. And 3, that only unresolved issues of major importance be appealed to the school administration for consideration and action. Approved January 21st, 1987, review June 15th, 2005. We made it. So, comments, questions from the committee. We have our policy subcommittee members here who could clarify. We've obviously had these to look at and review since last month. Looking to see. And Dr. Burnham had let us know that there was no public comment, and these have been up since last month.
Correct.
And we have had waived first and second readings of them at prior meetings. So if there are no questions, concerns, I will take a motion. We would adopt these all under one motion. Mr. Leighton.
I'll make a motion to adopt policy 4111.01, 5101.01, 5102, 5105.04, 5201, 5201.01, 5201.02, 5213, 5221, 5402, 5801.03, and 5803. I don't know if there was a correction though on the agenda.
So it would have to be.
Correct, the policy that's listed as 5402 is actually 5403.
All right, so I amend my motion to change 5402 to 5403.
Ms. Kelly, a second.
Laura Kelly, I'll second that.
I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Ms. Shapiro,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Leighton,
Yes.
Mrs. Archambault,
Yes.
and Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Moving on to winter sports update. Mr. Runnell.
What's going on, everybody?
How are you? You waited through 4 hours and 10 minutes of meeting, 12.
It's all right. I was rambling up the penguins and polar bears outside, getting them all, ready to go for tomorrow. So we're all good. Winter sports update. I won't take up too much of your time. I know you want me to be brief. So winter sports update, everything actually is going, kids are great again, just like the fall. Coaches have been great as well, helping implement, the new changes and new safety guidelines, coming in and out of the school. Building for basketball has been great. The kids have been patient. They're not showing up too early. They're showing up right when they're supposed to. They're coming in, sanitizing, they're spacing out in the gym. The past few days have gone, as well as anyone can expect, trying to get all these new habits formed in this wonderful new winter season we're going to be having. That being said, the numbers that I put together for you guys on Monday, that has changed since teams have been formulated. We've actually increased, decreased and increased in a sense. In some sports, we went down with teams being made and cuts having to be made in some sports. In other sports, we gained some more athletes. And alpine ski, that registration is still open because of the late announcement of we're going to have a mountain to ski on. So I extended that registration to allow an equal amount of time for kids that wanted to participate in that to be able to sign up, just as they were with basketball and ice hockey. So overall, some of the changes, alpine ski, we added another student. Girls ice hockey, we're now up to 5, which is huge. That was a co-op that we started a couple of years ago, and clearly that has grown. Girls basketball stayed the same at 23. Boys basketball is down to 22 now that they've made their two teams, and ice hockey stayed the same as well. With ice hockey, some of those that number is a little bit not skewed, but not, I guess, a usable number. Unfortunately, some of the student athletes that were learning remotely were ineligible for the second quarter. So although they signed up and per Lunenburg's rule, they're still allowed to practice with the team, there's 3 students that will not be able to participate in games. So we do have those kids that are working hard to get back to be eligible by the end of the season. But for a good chunk of the season, they will not be able to help out the team in games, which puts us in a little bit of a predicament, which kind of segues me into another question in 1 second. So overall, with the decreases and increases, we're actually have right now the same sports that we offered last year that are going right now this year. We have 79 students participating. So that's 1 more than what we did last year in the same sports. So despite all that's going on, that's pretty good. And I did make note that we don't have middle school sports. Those were canceled across the league. And right now indoor track was pushed to fall 2 with football, and we're still waiting for more information from them. So that's my winter participation update. Do I have any questions on those? Nice. All right, so with all this stuff that has been going on, boys ice hockey, we do have a co-op with Air Shirley. And over the past few years since arriving at Lunenburg, the numbers of people graduating programs and people coming into programs haven't really been close to equaling out or balancing out. Last year, we graduated a lot of seniors in ice hockey. This year, we have another 9 seniors that are graduating, and we only have, I think it's 2 or 3 freshmen that are coming in. That trend has been the same for the past 3 years. And with the pandemic going on, there have been some school districts that have opted out of sports. And in some of the school districts that did offer some sports, they have co-op teams just like we do. And some, for instance, Assabet Valley, they opted out of winter sports. Their boys ice hockey program consists of Tohoto Regional and West Boylston. So Assabet decided no on sports and left the kids from Tohoto and West Boylston without homes for their ice hockey season. Tohoto found a home with Hudson High School. West Boylston still does not have a home. The Sizer School in Fitchburg, they're another one that has canceled winter sports. They're also part of that Assabet co-op for ice hockey, and they found a home with Leominster High School. Right now, as you can see, our boys ice hockey numbers aren't that high as they normally would be. In addition to having 3 kids ineligible has not helped our cause. But I would like to request that, like, so a couple other school districts have extended that olive branch to help out some kids that didn't have a home. Right now, West Boylston potentially has 4 kids that don't have a home to play hockey, and if possible, with your blessing, I'd like to see if we can provide them, if they would like the opportunity to have a home with us for this year, and maybe potentially, if it works out and they enjoy playing with us, maybe going forward. And I believe Dr. Burnham shared my memo with
I did.
you guys. She dropped it in your folder that you guys have, which I'm anxious to like see, because this folder must be like huge, like a Rolodex more than a folder. I mean, it's got to be like a file cabinet.
Tonight's is, yes.
Yeah. It's always the longest meeting of the year, always. I'm thinking we could possibly beat the record I've seen in 6 years. We're inching up on it. So tonight, just a quick question on, James, on this. This would just be for this season on the vote tonight, correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Would we-
going forward.
This was a going forward issue?
Yeah, if something were to come up where, like I said, next year, our numbers haven't been able to balance out. So we're going to be down again for the next couple of years. And potentially, I mean, this is just an offering. What the people at West Boylston can say, you know what, we appreciate the offer, but we're good. And we might get none, we might get 2, we might get all 4. I mean, I honestly, I don't know. It's just, when I saw the other school districts trying to help out in a variety of different sports across, and it wasn't just ice hockey, there were other schools helping out with swim, helping out with other things where these co-ops in certain districts canceled things just to, provide the opportunity this year, just to give the kids something, because that's what this year is all about, is to provide that opportunity for them to have some sense of normalcy. So I just figured where we weren't, overly stacked with a roster size, that this might be an opportunity where we can extend that olive branch to see if we can help them out if they so choose.
Questions from the committee? Mr. Leighton.
I didn't have a question, just more of a comment that there are a lot of co-ops in hockey, that this isn't anything new. And I think that it makes sense to support this. It also builds relationships with other school districts too. And I think that would be a good sign for us.
And just to, take a step further too, West Boylston is in the Midland Wachusett League, so they are following and adhering to all the same guidelines that have been developed, that Lunenburg is following as well. And these kids that never enter Lunenburg Middle High School, they're just, it's all at the rink. So there's very limited interaction with the bigger student body piece with this sport as well.
Committee, if there are not any further questions, I would take a motion to approve this request. Ms. Archambault.
I'm happy to make a motion to approve Mr. Bonnell's request that the West Boylston hockey players be allowed to join our co-op for the current season.
Is there a second? Mr. Leighton.
I'll second the motion.
Roll call. Yes.
Ms. Shapiro?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Leighton?
Yes.
Mrs. Archambault?
Yes.
And Mrs. Bertrand?
Yes.
Awesome. I know this was last minute, and I really do appreciate you guys taking this into consideration and voting on it tonight. I'll continue my legwork and reach out to West Boylston tomorrow in my long johns while rounding up the penguins outside. If I don't see any of you, please enjoy your holidays. It's always a pleasure. I hope you guys get some time to rest and snuggle up and drink some hot cocoa.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good night, guys.
Thanks, Jane. Keystone Collaborative Quarterly Update.
I don't have much of a quarterly update for you, but I do have the annual report from Keystone, formerly known as FLAC Collaborative. So you do have the annual report available, and that's posted on the district website as well, under the school committee tab. We have been posting documents for school committee meetings under the school committee tab. We've been doing that for several meetings now. So the document is posted.
Any questions from the committee? Okay. Then we will move on to public comment open to any topic that the school committee governs. And I may need some help here. I'm going through looking to see if there's any raised
We have
hands.
Lisa.
Yes, I got it. I can see you, Lisa. I'm scrolling across.
Oh, thanks, guys. I'm gonna do like 35 seconds so we don't take very long. But I'm Lisa LeBlanc. I'm the LEA president. Just wanted to say thank you for approving those calendar changes on short notice. Just want to briefly echo what Dr. Burnham said about that tight timeline and the steps for decision making, having a lot of components that none of us have total control over. But changes to instruction impact everyone. We want to make sure that we are efficiently, but most importantly, effectively discussing all sides before we make decisions. And I would add one thing I keep thinking about this year, that we are building a contract while we are executing it. And it is a total nightmare for districts and educators everywhere, all over the country. It's just not something that we normally do. So I know that some people are frustrated about last minute schedule changes. Just think, rest assured, know that Dr. Burnham and I are, losing a lot of sleep these days, working, having a lot of meetings, trying to be really efficient about the work that we do, about addressing any changes that are coming and handling everything, and then getting information to people as soon as possible. So thank you to the entire school community for continued support and patience.
Thank you. All right, I'm looking through. I'm having trouble with my video tonight, so committee members, if you see any other hands, please let me know, because I'm not seeing video or not much of it.
I don't see any.
No.
Okay. All right, then we will move on to reports. Athletic advisory.
We have not met.
Finance Committee. The Finance Committee Appointing Committee met on the 8th of December, and we appointed Evan Waters to the open position left from John Henshaw resigning. And then on the 10th, the Finance Committee met. The FY21 tax rate was set at $17.74 per thousand, which is down from the previous year, but that doesn't mean your taxes will go down. That just means things gets moved around a bit. The town manager pointed out budget priorities, continued police and fire department planned hirings, additional IT support, a minutes clerk for departments that don't have one, retirement assessment, pavement management, and the health insurance predicted to go up only 3%. And the next meeting will be on the 14th of January, and the 5-year forecast will be discussed on the 21st.
Thank you. Policy Subcommittee.
Does anyone really want to hear about the subcommittee?
I was just gonna say, don't we know what you've been up to?
We last met on the 7th and we brought before you the last 4 policies we had edited, and don't have any plans to meet as of yet unless needed, but that's it.
Okay, cute. PTO.
The PTO met on the 14th. They had their elections. There are still a few open positions that need to be filled. They approved the 2020-2021 budget. They're working on a virtual parents' night out fundraiser and an at-home, like more student-oriented fundraiser. And their cookie fundraiser and the book fair were very successful.
Excellent. School councils.
Primary school met on Monday and they are still doing wonderful over there. Their preschool and kindergarten are doing gingerbread man. First grade are learning about Grinchmas and holidays around the world where they get their passports and stamps for each country that they visit. Second grade are writing realistic fiction stories and they're discussing states of matter. All teachers have received their 2 monitors, a microphone, and a writing pad, and a docking station. They are currently discussing making report cards more consistent throughout the grades, and we'll be hearing more about that soon. And all the quarantine work, all grade levels have created a consistent workload while kids are out on quarantine.
Turkey Hill.
Turkey Hill plans to meet on Monday.
Middle school.
The middle school will be meeting after the holidays.
And the high school.
The high school met on December 8th. The quarter 1 grades are finalized now. They are a bit lower than in previous years, which is to be expected, but they're taking steps to support the students and give them the resources that they need. Winter MCAS, like to make up for the juniors, was canceled, and so they will determine as we move further along if spring MCAS is feasible for the juniors and the sophomores. We won't be administering the PSAT this year because there's too many tests to make up and they don't want kids to be missing any more class than they have to. And they gave out the new Chromebooks.
Excellent. Capital planning. Capital planning met yesterday and heard from capital requests from the DPW. So new DPW director there were 37, 40. There were about 48 or 49 capital requests from DPW, but they were all well put in priority orders, both infrastructure as well as things like vehicles. And next meeting is December 29th to begin to look at prioritizing all of the requests from all the different departments. Wellness advisory.
Wellness advisory still has not met.
Paxel. Paxel.
They are meeting after the first of the year.
Passio's building design.
Yes, we met on Monday. We had a member of the public submit a talent bank form to the select board. So they'll be considering John Hogue in January for the committee to fill the 1 seat that was vacant. We get an update from the design team. They're basically working on a working document in aspects of like flooring, ceiling, walls, doors, lighting, the millwork, the AV, and the finishes around the building. They'll be talking to departments. They're also inquired about the pavement. Michael Ray Jeffries mentioned that there will be funding, that the town got some funding to literally pave right up into the building. So there'll be minimal paving needed for potential renovations. There was also discussion about setting up a separate parcel so that the TC Passios building would be on its own parcel. We talked about furniture, and most likely the departments would be moving the furniture with them to save on costs, and that we would buy the purchases that we would need, but for the most part, people would be bringing their own furniture over. We talked a little bit about hazmat and abating the lead paint and the asbestos, because it's going to be a future cost anyways. If you ever, the building can only last so long, and when you tear it down, you'll still have to abate that and pay for those costs. So it makes sense to take care of that now. We're going to be meeting on Thursday, tomorrow, to continue on the discussions, and then meeting again in January and trying to finalize it by the end of January so we can get a cost estimate.
Thank you. And Lifelong Learning Advisory has not met. So last item on the agenda, topics for future discussion. Does anyone have a topic that they are looking to put on a future agenda? No? Excellent. All right. Well then, 5 minutes short of the longest meeting I've ever participated in. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Oh, Brian, I forgot to look and see who had their
Yeah,
hand.
I'll make a motion to adjourn at 11:05 p.m.
I'm sure I don't have to ask for a second. Ms. Kelly.
I'll second that.
Oh, roll call vote. We're ready.
Ms. Shapiro,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mrs. Archambault,
Yes.
Mr. Leighton,
Yes.
Mrs. Bertrand.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Happy
you.
holidays.
Thank
Happy
you.
holidays,
Burnham.
everyone.
You.
Yes,
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.